Can you tell me why Discord thinks you're playing Google Chrome, the video game?
Oh, it's because I tried to get Netflix to stream on Discord.
No.
And I went into the settings to make it look like, oh, Google isn't actually a game, so please count it as Netflix a game. Ha 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 ha. And then sure enough, no, it does not work like that. And I'm just too lazy to fix it.
Fair enough. I was just questioning the quantum ham.
All good.
I was also questioning the quantum ham.
What is quantum ham?
That's the question.
Yes. So.
Okay,
Once
I am 100% certain that Locket was there for the quantum ham. And I know that Moriarty was there for at least a couple of them. Also, don't forget to update your icons.
Okie dokie.
Literally only one person doesn't have their icon updated.
Who's that?
Actually, two people.
Didn't look at who had and had not, so I just said it in general.
Fair enough.
Oh, I got my ears pierced today again.
Again?
Mm-hmm. I
Why?
have both my lobes pierced, and now there's 2 piercings in each lobe.
Congrats, I guess. Interesting.
Kind of smarts a bit, but it's fine.
That's what they all think until it's not.
Well, you guys aren't in the thing yet.
Oh, that's probably me.
No, it's honestly a lot of you.
Me too.
Nice.
There's several of you. Right now, it's just me, Graham, and Nim hanging out.
Hoggers.
Wondering about this quantum ham thing that no one seems to know about.
The quantum ham that apparently has gotten Nim stuck in the Astral Plane.
Oh, wait, okay, now, yeah. Yeah.
I knew he was there for it.
Yep, nope. As soon as you mentioned another dimension, yeah.
I vaguely recall Nim planeswalking, but I didn't think he was stuck. And it just may have been a thing that it's been so long that I don't recall, or I don't know what.
No, you weren't there. You literally weren't there for when it happened.
Okay, that must have been when I was sick then.
Yeah, it was last week actually.
Yep, that was when I was sick.
Mhm.
That was my recovery week from COVID.
Yikes.
Yeah.
No pepper! That's it. Oh. How did you do that?
Wasn't as bad as when I first got it. I was like delirious through Christmas Day. It was pretty bad.
Ooh.
I'm sorry.
I was luckily alone. But yeah, literally, I got symptoms on Christmas Eve, and then just through to New Year's. It was just awful.
Yikes.
Oh no.
Bad holiday season.
Yeah, that doesn't. That's. That sounds like an awful holiday season.
Santa came in on Christmas Eve and he snuck COVID into the tree.
That's awful. I'm sorry.
Oh,
dude.
typical Santa. That jolly old Saint Nick.
I didn't know I was committing war crimes this year so much that he didn't even give me coal, he gave me COVID.
Just wow to
As you're
that.
hacking up along, you just hear "Merry Christmas."
Like I'm sorry, Santa. I think you missed, like, I don't know if one of my neighbors is committing, genocide or something that they deserve this, but like coal you can at least burn coal. COVID's just a straight fuck you.
Man, there was someone at the hospital that had COVID and strep throat, and I'm like, God, that must be a living hell.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because COVID lowers your immune system.
Mm-hmm.
Even assuming it doesn't outright kill you, of course, it does make your immune system lower, so you're more likely to even get like COVID and a flu and strep and tuberculosis and
Goodbye.
The ball pit becomes an absolute
all of
death
my
sentence.
ad rev. I barely knew ye.
Do you get advertisements?
Yes, it doesn't actually affect me on Twitch. But
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. So it's the YouTube.
I was making a joke about YouTube and them demonetizing people for mentioning, COVID and stuff.
Yes, that's what this world needs. People to ignore things. Just ignore it. COVID's not real.
What do you mean? No, it's not. My roommate was telling me that there's this group of religious nuts going around going, COVID is just to get rid of the gays. We, religious people, are immune.
What?
Yeah.
From it?
This is coming from the great minds of the people who are like, the world is only 2,000 years old.
Okay, the best one I've heard is that COVID is conspiracy by the government to make us all hyper sanitize so that we lower our immune system so that the government can easily infect us with something that makes us obedient.
Just wash your fucking hands. That's all it is.
Really? Yeah, I know. I mean, but when COVID hit, it kind of came to light how many people don't.
Oh yeah, no. I have an interesting gas station story back when I worked at the gas station.
I don't like where this is going, but proceed.
Okay, so I go to the bathroom. Guy is getting ready to leave the bathroom without washing his hands. Sure enough, a cop walks in behind me, and the guy just quickly rushes to the hand washing station, just starts washing his hands. Going,
I'm gonna get arrested if I don't wash my hands.
Yeah, and the cop and I just bursted out laughing. It was just like, oh.
I went to the theater. I went to the movies the other day, and I had to use the restroom, and there was this guy that started walking out without washing his hands, and I'm like, hey, you gonna wash your hands? He's like, no, fuck you. And then he turned around to look at me and just kind of looked up, and I'm looking down at him, and I'm like, you need to go over there and wash your hands. And he just kind of sheepishly went over and did so.
What was this guy, like 5'10"?
I'm 6'6" and very wide. I am a mountain.
Wow.
I didn't know you were tall.
Me neither.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I am very tall.
Very tall.
You could probably pass for like one of them tough truckers.
Probably.
Oh.
Tough truckers.
Also, sorry for the vanishing.
Just get a really
All
tall
good.
baseball cap hat. Kind of like that one fisherman hat that's like fish fear me, women want me, men want to be me. I am this. I am the. I need to find that hat.
When I was out drinking Friday, there was this really gross guy that was wearing like MILF's Heart Me shirt. He was
What?
just
Boy.
like he was just like walking like he was like at the edge of like in the corner of every bar that we went to.
Alright, well, hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I am Razim and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. It's been a little bit and December, was a little iffy on people joining, so we're going to have Digi do a bit of a recap of various highlights that happened during December as a whole. Digi?
All right. Well, for starters, everyone has mana abilities now. Some got them sooner than others. Some are more simple than others, yes.
I can go back in time.
Yes, you can see the truth of things by literally going and looking at an event yourself.
Oh hey, did you add that to our feats?
Yes.
Because I just
I like my
Kind of
mana
strong.
ability.
I had a moment where I was like, I should probably write my mana ability down and put in abilities, and then I open abilities and I look under feats. I'm like, hey, mana, shadow infiltration. Hello.
Yes, I did that for everyone so you wouldn't forget
Nice.
that you have a cool thing going on right there.
I gave you this cool thing. Now use it or else.
My battles are very difficult.
As you will die.
Where's the place that I'll just put it in?
Nim finally has an
You-
opportunity to use...
I need real quick. I need a ruling on something. So
Yeah.
my Hexblade curse actually lowers my it makes my crit range higher. Does my mana ability add, or does it just go with whatever's higher?
It'll go with whatever's higher.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they do not stack. However,
Sadness.
your mana ability is also triggered by someone attacking your allies.
Yes.
Nim,
Bear that in mind.
I posted in Zim, I posted in Guild Tales the hat that you should wear.
Ah,
Zim has a hat.
Take a look in a
No,
bit,
he doesn't
but
have the
let's,
hat, but he should get
focus
this
on
hat.
this.
Oh, there's so much text.
there is a lot of text. He will need a bigger head for that hat.
This hat will make
That,
him
and he'll
a
walk
solid
around
7
like
foot
Doug
tall.
Dimmadome.
No,
This
the
is a
hat is
hat.
to store your beers, your
This
Bud
is-
Lights.
This is a hat. This is a hat for Pinhead.
Oh my god.
Who you calling Pinhead?
Yeah, I was more thinking along the lines of a Beavis and Butthead Joker, but that's fine too.
Yay.
That would
All
also
I
been
think of
acceptable.
whenever I see that is the really old cone hedge. that the cone
I should
hedge.
throw out there, the best thing about this hat is I know it exists because I've seen someone with it.
Oh my god.
This is a real hat. This isn't just like a Photoshop. This is a real hat.
I hate it more now.
Real.
Thank you.
Oh god.
I will
think
look
I
it
was
up
at-
on Amazon.
I think I was at some sort of convention and I was just like, he has the hat. Like I didn't think it was real, but he has it.
He has
The
the
legends
hat.
foretold.
I thought this was a joke, but it's turned into reality.
I don't like this anymore. I don't.
Mom, I don't feel safe anymore. Can you come get me?
Anyway,
I need to know.
everyone got their mana abilities. Some sooner than later.
Yay!
And Nim, while his teacher from the ensemble was going to find him, ended up in the Izzet district and was almost kidnapped by a school bus. I say almost because he wandered onto the bus willingly. It stopped for him.
I remember that.
I mean, if you stop your car and offer candy, is it still kidnapping if they wander on?
Know why?
Yes. If they are below a point of consent, then yes.
Does that apply to Nim?
I was about to say,
With Nim, it's hard to tell.
Nim, get on. We offer knowledge.
you know,
And then
very
he said
obviously,
yes.
as an animal, he's a mature animal who should be capable of surviving on himself. So I guess that's basically the same thing as adulthood. But does it take intelligence into account and just social awareness?
As a lawyer, I could probably work it either way.
I mean, he got taken to an elementary school for ferrets.
Technically,
Wait, what?
knowing whether or not to get onto a school bus like that is a wisdom thing, not intelligence.
Is it a magic school bus?
You know what I meant. I wasn't talking about an actual stat thing. I was just.
Is it a magic school bus?
Well,
I mean, it is in the magic universe, so probably.
I'm pretty
You're
sure
right.
every vehicle in this world is magic.
But
so yes, it's
seeing
a
this
magic
frizzle is
school
probably
bus.
not going to happen.
Interestingly enough, the biggest thing about Miss Frizzle, bubbly personality, magic box that can transform. She's a Time Lord.
I knew you were going to
And
go with that.
And if you look at it, she looks very much like River Song.
Oh,
Like who?
yeah.
Who let River near children?
What? I'm sorry, I'm confused.
River Song is... Okay, I somewhat remember the Doctor Who lore. River Song is
Partner.
the doc... Oh, it's his partner? I thought it was his child.
Both.
Okay.
Wibbly wobbly timey wimey.
Sweet home Alabama.
Anyway, he was taken to a ferret school where he acquired his learning cap, so he can now interact with non-cooking ware, albeit to a less dexterous degree. His hat was special because it was very specified, so we got a lot of finesse out of it. But
Was it a tall
he
hat?
has learned how to write his own name.
Impossible.
Unheard of.
It has been done.
I mean, it's only 3 letters, so...
Actually, that's like I know Nim was literate. He had to do contracts and things like that, and like
Yes.
Master.
However, his signature was a paw print. Now he can truly write his initials.
He's still just gonna do a paw print.
He has the ability to put his initials.
Which may invalidate contracts with a paw print.
It might.
He now has ability to make more legally binding contracts.
Silver tried to flee, but the school's windows prevailed over the headbutt.
Those are some
And
thick
gym
windows.
class was horrible. However, this was the one case where teachers were clear enough with their instructions that Nim understood what he did wrong when he was asked to draw a pineapple. And he drew on the pineapple that was being used as a model.
That
I
sounds
like
like
how
I mean,
like
I would
how
hope
Nim
teachers are
somehow-
good at explaining things, because if they aren't, then they're really bad at their job.
especially elementary school teachers.
Yes.
I like how Nim somehow actually seems to fit in very well with this group of elementary schoolers.
I mean,
He did, up until gym class when they
You're
asked him to
insulting
climb
me.
the rope.
I mean, it makes sense because Nim's problem isn't base intelligence, it's knowledge.
It's just like common sense.
Yes,
Gym
knowledge.
class end with a dodgeball fight between Nim
Also-
and Silver.
How did they expect Nim to climb a rope exactly?
Well, everyone else could. So in the end, they asked him to bite the rope and hoisted the other side of the rope until he reached the ceiling.
So it was an endurance test for him.
That's what it turned into. Then they let him down, and he was free to go, and he ran like a bolt.
You're forgetting his adventures in the cafeteria.
Ah, yes, he took over the cafeteria because school lunches were so egregious to him.
They were
They're
an
egregious to
affront
everyone.
to everything. And
Listen,
so he
school
revamped
food
them.
is like... I'm pretty sure school food and prison food come from the same source. The government.
Does it taste like it,
Fine.
does it somehow come out of the oven tasting like it sat in a microwave for 5 hours? If the answer is yes, you may have government provided food.
Yes.
Not to
it
be
was an
confused with MREs, which is also government provided, but slightly better and or worse depending on the MRE.
I'm pretty sure there is no MRE that is better than school or prison food. Just it might be just might have the same level of
I
quality.
personally don't know what MREs you've had, but I personally prefer MREs over school food.
It depends on the MRE.
It
However,
really does. There are some
Girlfriend.
MREs that are complete dog shit.
Question.
Yes, go ahead.
MREs or lunch food at school?
Perhaps.
What?
MREs
No.
are military
Ones that you
meals
don't have
ready
to
to
prepare yourself.
Yeah, it's meals ready to eat
Oh,
is
yeah,
MRE, and that is for the military.
Yeah.
Usually used by Army and
Soldiers.
Marines, and sometimes Navy, I think. Not the Air Force though, because they're pampered.
MREs or lunch food from school?
Basically,
Navy generally has a chef on the ship.
basically any place where you can be deployed, where you might have to be like out in the field for any significant number of days. That's when you get slapped with MREs.
Yeah, MREs are for hikes and treks and all that good stuff.
Yeah, basically, it's a food that that will last longer than you will live.
Yeah, can't you get those at your local military surplus store?
Yeah,
Mhm.
you actually can, and there was a day where I did this like it was really a weekend. There was a weekend I went to this like rifle shooting camp thing with my grandfather because he wanted me to be good with a rifle. And the second time I want to say we did it, we brought he brought MREs to eat, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And I quickly learned about the varying quality of MREs.
Interesting.
The cool thing about MREs too is that they have like this basically like little chemical stick that comes with them that cooks the MRE.
It's like a little heat pad.
It's sort of.
It's
I recall-
literally a chemical reaction causing heat.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They are self-heating.
Yeah.
I've had a Lunchable
It's,
if that counts.
I recall it being like a glow stick where you break part of it and it like, part of the whatever goes makes chemical reaction, creates heat.
All I know is that with some of the MREs, you can use that heating element and some of the food items to basically make a smoke bomb.
No, you can, because that heating element is insane. It's like
Can we get back to the game?
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea.
This is the third time now, folks.
We haven't seen each other in 2 weeks.
Yeah, we
No,
have a
that's
lot
fine.
of innate bullshit to get off our chests.
You're right. So, Eventually, he got out of the school, ran with Silver, and started hearing the school bus taking people from the class to home, but was still scared that it might get him again, so he ran wildly. Then, the rest of the group went to go and fetch Nim with Tanya, who activated the GPS function on their Martens.
Who's Tanya?
Wait, when did the Martens get a GPS feature?
They've
I mean,
always
they're
had it.
psychic, so it
Smartphones.
makes
Clearly, someone hasn't read the plan. Or their phone plan.
The GPS feature is Martens able to locate each other. And
They're a
point
hive
in the
mind,
general
basically,
direction.
so it would make sense.
It does, but like, I would like a Marten to explain all their features.
They'll just present you with a stack of papers that you will not be able to roll a high enough check to perceive.
What about me?
They have.
I have paper reading proficiency.
They have
Then
a
you,
very
perhaps.
large number of features. About they can print things off. They
How?
Huh?
How
just
can they
walk over
print
the
things
paper.
off?
They just walk over the paper and it.
Oh, okay. I was imagining either it comes like they just vomit up paper.
No.
I have a
No.
very important question. Can they fax, and if they do they make the sound?
Yes, they
Yeah.
can fax. Yes, they do purr when they're sending a fax.
It doesn't make the fax machine sounds.
The purr is
what's the point,
sometimes
then?
mixed with a little bit of a bark and somewhat screeching sound, but yes, they
Can I
can send faxes. They can do almost anything that a smartphone can do. In fact, basically everything. Just a different variety of things. You could even play
Can they
games with the Marten.
Can they function as an IED? I
That
know
would-
cell phones can do that.
That would breach.
Yes, but only if you try to destroy them.
They could.
And the Marten
And then
explode
you
if
would
its
be
battery is
killed.
overcharged.
There's terrorism in Ravnica, and they use Marten phones.
No, they just need to recall certain Martens.
Okay.
It's only the
Everyone
Marten
went
Note 7
and
that
collected
explodes.
him, and finally managed to take him out of the Izzet to bring him back so that he can properly learn his mana ability back at the restaurant. However, Greta was chewing metal, which produced such a horrible rending sound that a dimensional tear opened, and a short, plump, almost like Polish-looking woman looked really pissed on the other side.
How
And-
would you describe a Polish-looking person to look?
Short, wide-ish, plump cheeks.
The Polish are short.
Pale.
You've heard it here first.
Well, I don't know why someone put that image in mind, but that was how they were presented to me, and I'm using that.
Oh, I believe that was a whatchamacallit, an influence.
Yes.
Okay.
She
So-
picked up some ham that seemed to be actively phasing in and out of reality, threw it on top of the table, and said, "Eat that if you're so hungry," before grabbing one end of the dimensional tear and slamming it shut against the other, making it vanish.
and thus we get the quantum ham.
Yes. As they were talking with each other, trying to figure out what to do about it, it was slowly sinking into the table. So
what happened?
Zevran used his scythe to skewer the ham and lift it back out of the table. It seems that it cannot phase through magical items.
Interesting.
Greta then tried a bite of the ham and almost threw a goddamn fit because it tasted like every possible iteration of ham, and she couldn't fucking figure out what to do about it. How do I cook this? It somehow tastes raw, perfect, and burnt all at the same time.
And every degree there in between.
Yes. So she had no idea how to possibly process
Did it
this
also
thing.
taste like every possible seasoning of ham as well?
That was also included, yes.
Have
So
you ever
she-
heard of the quantum everything bagel? It's a bagel that tastes like everything.
Oh.
That
Well,
sounds terrifying.
this is the ham version of that, then. And she wanted to cook it so badly, but it wasn't happening. So she took the ham to the kitchen. Nim got his ability, and as he was leaving, there was crashing from inside the kitchen, as Greta and Ramsey were having some problems with that ham because it was growing now. They were in active combat with this goddamn ham. So, Nim, using his abilities, conjured Floor Grandma to be in their existence. His ability lets him invite people to his location. A hole in the floor opened up and the ham was hurled inside. To which Nim went back to the tree, asked Floor Grandma to push it against the roots. The roots coiled against it, and a very interesting reaction was happening. To which the tree looked like it was aging very rapidly and growing, but it was not growing taller, wider, and the roots were not growing deeper. So in a Hail Mary guess, they guessed that it was growing into different dimensions. So
Terrifying.
Nim, being the planeswalker, decided, I'll investigate this, and realized he only planeswalked when he was near death. So he imagined death. With a natural 20, he imagined death. And then I had him roll a wisdom score. 2 plus whatever his wisdom modifier was. So he scared himself as he imagined himself dying and planeswalked.
And
He is now in the astral realm.
And let's be clear, he almost died by doing so because DG made him roll a 100 and Sim had to guess a number with a little bit of wiggle room.
There are many planes which organic life is not sustainable.
Mm-hmm.
Oh jeez.
He had to roll. He had to roll a number with if between one. Sim had to get a number. Got to guess a number between 1 and 100. He had 3 tries, and
then he rolled a 1d4 to account for a forgiveness range.
He got just enough to get into the forgiveness range to guess it correctly on the 3rd try.
Yes. He planeswalked without any plan on how to planeswalk. He literally scared himself almost to death.
Yeah, there are lots of hells, heavens, and everything in between that you can do when you planeswalk without target.
Yes. Yes, there are.
I learned that firsthand. I want to save with a deck of many things.
The deck of many things.
The only time I've used the deck of many things, I got nothing but good results, so I'm scared to ever touch one again.
Ooh.
And it sucks because that was basically introduced to my character at level 1. He then became level 5, and had a wish.
I I wish to be level 20.
And well, he doesn't know what level 20 is, so that wish doesn't make sense. But he was level 5 and had a wish, whereas everyone else was level 1. And I was like, cool, this is gonna be a great start for my character. And then that campaign just never happened. It was a session 0 type thing where it was a one-on-one with the GM. I had a Shadowling Bard prepared and everything.
Oh, that's a shame.
He was such a cool character. I still have art of him somewhere. But anyways, I'm getting off topic.
Pat.
He's probably what spawned Moriarty.
I think that does mostly catch us up to where to Nim being in the plains and currently needing help.
Yeah, basically, I think that's a good summary of everything.
Yes.
Also, while we were going through all that, I just got notified that I finally should have follower emotes.
Nice.
A day
Nice.
after I got all of got the next batch of emotes.
Oh, there is one thing that I'm not sure if you guys mentioned to whatchamacallit, Moriarty and Graham. But, Element now has a dragon.
Wait, what?
Element now has a temporary dragon. It will at some point wind up dinner.
Yes, Element has a pseudo dragon that is tied to a real dragon.
I'm very confused. I thought the only dragon here was Nim, is it?
This dragon is currently in a different plane.
Oh,
It has connected with Element, though.
it's an astral dragon. Gotcha.
Yes. A fragment of itself is manifested in this realm as a pseudo dragon. That is Element's familiar for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I never heard of a paladin having a familiar before. This was a very weird experience. I'm enjoying it though.
Your bog standard familiars. Biggest thing is mostly that it just kind of is good for spying because they tend to have good stealth.
Terracona's was very straightforward. +4 strength.
To be fair, it's really
Reaching
good.
the limit of, so yes, now has 24.
Well, damn. He punches God and God says, ow.
Ow.
God says, ow, what the fuck?
I mean, Kravist punched a devil and made the devil say ow.
Ouchie, ouch.
So I'm good at making big, fat, dumb characters.
Himbos is what we like to call them.
Goofballs.
I call them gronks.
Did
So-
you say glunks?
Gronk. Gronk.
Okay.
So, Nim is in the Astral Plane.
And I assume the rest of us are none the wiser.
Only
Well, there were some people present with him.
but yeah, but we don't know where he went. We just know he disappeared in front of us. At least Element knows. He did it right behind your house.
I mean, at least Element knows that Nim disappeared.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention one thing on that whole thing. The reason why he decided to went into that space because he put the ham below the tree that's growing behind Moriarty's house.
Right.
Yeah, Cray's house.
Nothing like feeding a tree a quantum ham.
Yes.
I can't follow his logic. The team was endlessly growing, and the ham was endlessly growing, and the tree was endlessly wanting food.
Yeah. The tree wanted a huge amount of food, so Nim figured, hey, this is an infinitely growing ham. Might as well feed it to the tree that is constantly wanting fertilizer and food.
Yes. And it's certainly taking something from that ham. After all, the ham has ceased growing, and the tree is doing weird things. Also, Nim is gone.
So win-win-win.
Oh my god. Well, I guess Silver's the new main
Graham is with
character.
Pluto, and just like, for some reason, I sense that I'm glad I missed something crazy. I don't know why.
You know, I did get this call from Tanya for some reason. She asked me about familiars.
That's a weird question to ask.
Yes. I have a feeling bullshit is about. Brace yourself. I have a feeling. So, Nim, who should we start with?
I mean, we could start with, I guess Nim over there, or maybe Element responding.
Alright.
Let's start with Element responding to it.
Actually, Cray, what have you been up to after you got your abilities? What have you been
Cray
doing this
was
time
heading into
period?
the sewers, I believe.
Ah, going back?
No. Continuing forward.
Alright.
He
Continue.
never came out of the sewers the first time. He was like, okay, I'm going into the shadow place, and the shadow place is connected to the sewers, and the sewers are connected to where I need to go, so it's kind of convenient.
Fair enough. So he's making his way to where he needs to be.
Yeah.
Also, well, perhaps you'll discover some interesting changes at your house once you get there.
Assuming that he doesn't die alone in a sewer.
If that doesn't happen, but I'd imagine he's quite adept at either hiding or running away.
Oh no, we definitely know that.
So he will survive if he's on his own. He has great trouble mitigation techniques. Also, apparently, there is a mana sensitivity skill that is also able to be learned, as well as hiding the fact that you have awakened mana. Graham has learned this.
Yes. Graham wishes to learn all the basics of not being murdered for being mana. And, telling if other people are.
Yes, it will be a handy skill to know.
Especially if all the mana abilities are nearly as crazy as some of the things we're getting.
we would, and the guy tried to use a light switch.
So, what is the place like that Nim is at?
You feel very light here. Very light, actually. As in, just about weightless, actually. You open your eyes. It's like the night sky, but in every direction.
Even below him?
Yes. You're not on ground. You're just
Okay,
ambiently floating.
he is gonna probably scrabble a bit, trying to get to it, or, you know, land on ground, but seeing as that there is no ground at all, he'll give that up pretty quickly. And where is he? Does he see any signs of, like, the tree or him here, or?
No. There just seems to be so many lights and like small spheres in the distance.
He's gonna start walking in that direction.
This turned into more of a doggy paddle.
Does he actually move?
Slowly. But you're under the impression that you're moving.
Do they seem to get any closer?
Yes. However, make me a perception check.
Oakley dokley. Based on...
Vision.
Dang. Ooh.
Interesting. You see this as one of those dots seems to be moving closer to you, actually. Faster than the other ones, actually. In fact, as it sort of comes into focus, it's kind of crab-like.
Well, he's gonna approach it. Sort of.
All right.
He's still trying to walk, for the record, but...
Roll me either an Arcana check or a Nature check.
Arcana would be better, so... Boosh!
And your mind seems to be filling itself in. You know you haven't heard of this before, but it's like memories are making themselves in your mind from somewhere else. And it lets you know Astral Dreadnought.
Okay! He is going to try and run in the opposite direction.
You doggy paddle, and you feel this is about the pace of walking. Thankfully, this thing, you know, is gigantic. However, since it's the size of the marble, since it's about the size of a large marble to you, it is probably hundreds of miles away from you.
For now.
Dun dun dun.
Well, then he's going to try and make his way towards the other dots of light. Provided he's not getting... Provided he's not getting senses of danger from them. He's going to try and see if he can sense anything about any of them in particular.
All right.
I assume Arcana.
Yes. It's a very familiar sensation, actually. From one spot that seems small, but it's actually not that far away. You smell ham. You
Ah! And he's gonna go to it.
As you approach this glowing speck, you see a very small tree with a ham tangled in its roots, aimlessly floating in space.
Is it actually, like, moving, or is it stationary?
It does seem to be moving. Or maybe you're moving. It's hard to tell, but it is floating, and you're under the impression it's floating off in a direction.
He
Careful,
Does
is...
that thing want this?
Go ahead.
There is a non-0% chance that giant crab is coming for this.
Giant crab.
Those of you who
Giant
don't know,
enemy crab.
for those of you who don't know, an astral dreadnought is super bad. It is here to kill things that are in the astral plane without the proper protections.
Enemy crab approaches.
Oh
However, it cannot leave the astral plane, so it's only a problem here.
Well, Nim is going to
Die.
stop moving to start with. Like, stop moving his legs and try thinking specifically stop.
Roll
Does
me a
any-
concentration check. Now you're focusing this at the tree, yes?
No, on himself primarily.
Ah, yes.
He's gonna try and figure out movement in this place first.
You are pretty sure you stopped. The Hammond tree is still floating away, so they are in fact in motion.
Okay. He's gonna try thinking up.
Curious concept, as what is up at the moment?
What he's particularly thinking is like flying, kind of thinking like a bird type, or about like how a bird moves up and into the air and stuff. But he's focused, he's got his gaze set on the tree, so, this way he can for sure know if he's having any effect by just thinking about about the movement rather than trying to move, because he clearly is not moving very quickly if he just tries to physically move.
You start to float. You're
Yeah,
under
been
the
floating.
impression that now you're moving for sure.
Has my horizontal view of the tree changed?
Yes. It is now at a diagonal angle,
Hmm.
and it's kind of screwing with you a little bit.
It's disconcerting, but he's also kind of an eager wolf, to learn about stuff, so he'd probably get over the discomfort quickly. That's what I imagine for him.
Yes.
But he's gonna try something a bit more daring and try to think about
Oh, boy.
himself performing a loop-de-loop like he's seen some birds do in the air.
Okay.
Basically, he's trying to make sure that he understands how movement works here.
You do your loop-de-loop, but as you're twirling and end up, the tree is upright to you now. It's going to be real hard to keep your bearings here.
So I wound up below it, basically.
No, its alignment, its previous alignment has now shifted in your perspective. It is now up and down instead of diagonal.
Oh, so it's like directly ahead?
It's like if you're looking at it dead on, instead of being at the diagonal angle and drifting in that direction, it now seems to be going vertically.
I'm still not sure I understand.
Basically, the thing that kind of like spins people around in like every direction at once. You're basically experiencing that, except the only way that you can know that that's happening is because of the tree's orientation being off.
Do I see anything in particular for where the tree is moving towards? Like any indication of where it's moving to?
There are any number of dots that it could be moving towards, but the closest here thing is pretty far away. Like, it's now, like, that circle is now smaller than the approaching dreadnought.
Ah. So. I have no idea what to do here.
Well, you could try to planeswalk again, or perhaps there are potentially some allies that might be able to do something about this situation in particular.
Well, he's only made friends with particular people. He is going to send an invite to the Gift of Shenzi.
The Gift of Shenzi.
Yeah.
Now I know what you're doing, and I'm thinking about
His thought process here is they didn't seem to have a physical body. So perhaps they would understand the concept of movement in a non-normal physical means. That's his very basic thought process there.
You have a feeling it worked, and a voice appears in your head. An unusual invitation, but a welcome one regardless.
Ah, hi! I don't know what to do here.
What did you... Oh my god, where are we?
I don't know. Or does he know? I'm not sure if Nim actually knows that we're...
Well, you know what an astral dreadnought is, and you know that it cannot exist outside the astral realm. Therefore,
Okay.
and thusly, you can deduce that you're in the astral realm.
Okay. I believe we're in the astral realm. The astral plane.
Why?
Well, so we had this ham that kept growing, and I tried to feed it to a special tree that kept wanting to eat a bunch of stuff, and now it's growing over here instead. And there's also an astral dreadnought coming, so I need help.
Yes. And do you know another planeswalker?
Yes.
Great.
I'm not really friends with them, though.
Try it anyway. Try it.
Okay.
Element, something appears in your hand.
Hmm?
Please give this to Eileen. It reads.
Oh. Eileen,
Yes.
I think Nim is trying to use his his ability on you, but here, have this.
She will take the note, and it will read, "Help me, giant evil crab." What? Excuse
Huh?
me. And she will accept the invitation. A door opens and she steps through. Eileen has now joined you in the astral realm.
Yay! I had to
Well
make a
then.
history check to make sure that Nim could actually figure out which specific one it was, but I rolled well enough that he would know.
Yes.
I'd also like to mention that you've doomed this disembodied not voice to live in the astral plane now.
Oh no, he can send them back.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Ah.
Yes. Eileen will glance around.
Well, thank you, Gift of Shenzi. And
No
he's
problem.
gonna send them back.
You have a feeling that the presence has vanished from your mind. So this is your ability. I see.
My ability? What do you mean?
Bringing people to you.
Oh yeah, I can bring my friends. Wait, I know what
Interesting.
would help with this.
What?
And he's gonna send an invite to Malt.
Malt will receive an invitation asking him to battle a giant crab. Oh, interesting. A crab, you say?
Where is Malt right now? What does he do to just chill?
He's in the Selesnya district right now.
He's about to possibly be in the Astral Plane.
He doesn't understand this. And he'll look around for like some mailbox where he can like write a return address like where is a messenger, Raven? I would like to say yes. Also, how did this get to me so fast? And the door opens in front of him. A gigantic door. Truly massive.
So Element might be able to see. Element and the others might be able to see it from where they are in the city.
Not that giant.
Aww.
And he'll like waddle through, wondering what this is all about, before he is also in the astral realm, looking positively flummoxed. Hey! Oh my... What?
Hi, Malt! I need your help with the giant crab.
A crab? Where? This is the ocean?
No, it's the Astral Plane.
And he's waddling his legs, trying for some surface, as he's always been heavy for as long as he's existed. So this is really screwing with him.
Okay, so first off, you gotta just think, stop. And then you kind of think about which direction you want to move in here. You don't actually need to move.
Oh, okay. And he slowly, starts to rotate as Eileen is just staring off in the distance. I feel this is a bad matchup for us.
I could bring more friends.
Do you know the abilities of an astral dreadnought?
Does he?
You know that it's bad. However, you'd need a textbook to tell you what's bad about it.
I only really know that it's bad.
It can consume things that it reaches a certain distance from. Those things are then transported to another smaller realm from which they cannot do any harm to it from within.
Oh.
Also,
So...
its entire being is considered magical.
So probably not a good idea to try and fight it.
Fortunately, I feel that Malt, as large as he is not inherently an entirely magical being. He is simply large and made of rock.
Well, Mo, sorry to bother you. Thank you for coming to help, but I guess I jumped the gun a bit.
What? I mean, how do I go back?
I can send you back if you want.
Are you gonna be okay? How'd you get here?
I have no idea. And to your question, your second question, planeswalking, I think.
Ah, I always thought you were a little special. Now that just makes sense. Of course you don't know Ravnica. Of course you don't. You're not from here. And
Well,
you...
no, I'm not from the Astral Plane.
Weren't you evil? And he's looking at Eileen. No, that was simply a misunderstanding. Okay. Didn't you cause a lot of damage? I was simply following a plan someone else gave me.
A lot of damage.
I'm going to have questions for you later. Please leave. Okay.
I will be right back.
Okay, I guess go send me back.
Nim will go ahead and send Malt back.
Malt vanishes. Probably with
Still
more
just as
questions than
confused as
before,
ever.
as well as everyone who watched him vanish and then watched him come back. Now Malt is drowning under interrogation.
Wait, we need a completely magical thing?
That would be ideal. However, we could also just leave.
But what about the tree?
What about this? What is that? And she's looking back at the tree. Is that the ham?
And the tree. I think.
What's special about the tree?
I've been trying to grow it, and I thought the ham would help, but now it's growing here.
Eileen's going to look at the tree and then look at you. Words cannot begin to describe my confusion, so I shall not begin.
Probably a good idea.
Granted, why would you give protein to a tree?
mean, it seemed to be eating a bunch of fertilizer and stuff, so I figured this might help. I mean, parts of the ham were rotten.
I am equal parts curious and mortified. What a strange sensation.
So yeah, how are we going to protect the tree?
We don't. The tree can take care of itself. Probably.
You know, you actually make a very good point.
It got here. It is responsible for itself now.
Wait, what if I make friends with the tree and then I can summon it over to Ravnica?
Question. Before you planeswalked, was the tree still there?
Yes.
And now the tree is here.
I think it's in both places.
The tree is multidimensional, you say?
That's the sense he got about it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. At least that's what I think.
She's gonna look back at it. A potentially parallel existence that may encompass even more planes than these two. Fascinating. I can't even begin to imagine the implications behind this.
While she is
spare myself the
talking,
headache, I shall.
While she's talking, Nim is floating himself over to the tree.
There's a bud on one of the branches.
There's a what?
There's a bud.
Isn't the Astral Dreadnought still chasing them, or is that taken care of?
No, it's still on its
coming
way.
after them.
It's on its way,
Nim
but
is
it's a
just
long
sort of-
ways off.
Yes, it's very far away.
How
And
quick is that?
slowly. An astral dreadnought is a gargantuan monstrosity.
Ah,
So the fact that it was about the size of a large marble means it is miles away.
Yeah,
see.
it makes Malt look like a baby.
No, I thought Malt was the same size category.
I thought
We'd
an
have to
Astral
look at them
Dreadnought was
again.
the size of a warship.
This thing is a titan.
Either way, Nim's plan there with Malt was, kaiju battle.
Yes, space kaiju battle. And granted,
Space kaiju
Malt
battle?
is too big for the astral dreadnought to eat. However, it would do more damage to Malt than Malt would do to it, being a completely magical being. Because Malt does not have magical attacks. So he just has to overcome damage resistance the good old-fashioned crush them with more force way.
So, there's a bud on the tree, like one of the fruits.
Yes. Actually, this tree looks bigger than you remember it being.
So it's grown in the last, quite a bit in the last few seconds.
Yes.
Interesting. And the tree came from the Selesnya, right?
It came from the gruel.
No,
But basically,
originally.
You found out that it's basically like a pseudo version of like a dryad baby.
It was engineered by the Simic for the Orzhov so that they could sell a product, but they couldn't grow it, so they gave it to the Gruul. The Gruul successfully grew it, and the Orzhov took some of the fruit back.
Okay.
The fruit was then stolen from them, and Cray planted one in his backyard. It grew into a sprout very quickly, but it was very, very, very demanding.
It wasn't. We didn't steal the fruit. Some of it was stolen, but I did negotiate to allow us to take one.
Yes, Morath stole the rest.
Yeah.
Nim tried to take the extra. Like Nim wanted to keep them.
Yes.
But Cray basically was like, no, you only get one. And Nim cried.
Well, yeah, because we're planting a tree. You'll get as many as you want.
It wouldn't register me hitting him.
What?
Apparently somebody's not being hit right. Lock it, pay
It's called hit
attention
red.
to the
What's up?
goddamn game.
Sorry. What's up?
Pay attention to the game.
Will do. I was replying to it. Yeah, that was my bad.
There's an astral dreadnought that's bearing down on Nim and Eileen.
Oh, so okay.
Now,
And we're not there.
Did it actually get summoned or?
No, Nim and Eileen right now are in the Astral Plane.
Okay.
does Nim know anybody from the Simic?
You know, Runcible Card.
But I don't think
I
you're
could
friends
have
with
sworn
him.
it came from the Selesnya.
It was similar to something that looked like it was from the Selesnya, as this is a very much living plant that is almost like a dryad baby. It has a life force.
Okay. Speaking of, Nim needs to track down Runcible Card very soon.
He could give you wings, or breathe fire. You just need to bring
Or
him
both.
creature components.
Well, no, if he
In
pays
fact,
enough, he
can
was able...
transplant- In fact, he could transplant your entire brain into a whole nother body if you can bring it intact. Would you like to be a chimera? You'll only have to fight the other two minds.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, but Nim's got two minds of his own.
An eternal struggle. Ah, but if I had your friend, that's 3 minds against their 2. Silver growls.
Nim just has Graham's head grafted on as another head.
Graham would never agree to this.
Who said anything about consent?
Welcome to Lovetown, I guess.
So anyways, so over at the tree, is the bud good enough to harvest, or does it need some more time?
It looks very young. It's completely green.
Okay. He's gonna look back at Eileen. Where is she at now? Or did she follow?
Still in the same place. Just staring at the tree and like pondering all these possible implications of what the fuck did you just make? Did you make a multi-dimensional existence that is alive?
Hey, you coming?
What? Where?
Over here.
Okay. And she
You
will
gotta
float
think
over.
about where you want to move.
Yes, I've been here before.
Oh, okay.
Wait, who did Nim invite it now?
Eileen.
Oh no, okay. She was already there, fair enough.
What am I looking at besides this quantum existence?
Well, do you know anybody that could help me make friends with the tree?
She's going to look at Nim. No.
Oh, none of your friends could do it?
She's going to reach forward and pat your head. I think you're overlooking a very simple solution.
What's the solution?
Just put it in your bag.
What was that?
Just put it in your bag.
My bag?
You have one of those, right? Some bag of holding.
Oh yeah,
Or
but
some variant of it.
yeah, I guess I do.
Then just take it.
Good idea. He's gonna try and pop it away into his saddle pack.
The tree? It's a bit awkward to get it in there, but you're technically doing it.
Wait, Nim is putting the entire tree into the bag of holdings?
It's not that large just yet.
Oh, okay.
Also, you know, it's more like a Skyrim kind of thing where, you know, you just click a button and poof, it's in your backpack.
Ah, okay.
Sorted for your convenience.
You know, I feel like taking this tree back with you is a terrible idea. Because it
I
already
think so
exists
as well.
And because it already exists in our world, and if you somehow manage to bring a different dimensions tree into ours, it might just implode the universe.
I think so too. But Nim, on the other hand, just cares about saving his tree.
Eileen doesn't know what the fuck's going on. Because also, there's a bigger issue at hand that is directly dangerous to them. So, how did you get here? If I might.
Well, I thought about the time that I almost died by drowning in the middle of a whirlpool, all of my friends surrounding me, and
She's going to reach forward and flick one of your ears.
ow, what was that for?
Stop that.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
First, you have to have a very, very fixed destination, and then you can imagine as much death as you please.
Oh,
The death itself cannot be your entire thought or else. Also, it's merely the feeling.
the feeling of death?
Not quite exactly, of you leaving your own body.
He's tilting his head at her in confusion.
As you were perishing, you probably felt some sensation of losing your senses and something leaving your vessel. The coldness gripping you as warmth leaves you, yes?
I can believe that.
Okay, that feeling. You're going to have to conjure that feeling and direct it at a very specific target that you didn't end up in the plane of fire on its own is remarkably lucky.
Okay. I think I have a destination.
Okay, now say it clearly and focus on that very, very specifically.
Cray.
Where is Cray? A place, not a person, or else you could end up by any number of people who might be named Cray, some of which may be living underwater.
Is that actually how it works? If you think of somebody named Cray, you could go to anybody named Cray in the multiverse.
Well, haven't you seen the newest Spider-Man?
I have not. I need to.
It is fantastic.
My apologies, guys. I need to duck out for a bit. I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay.
Mute and deafen. I will be back later.
Hurry back.
No worries.
Cray's house.
More specific.
I have a street address. I made sure
Cray's
to
house
memorize
on the
it.
plane of Ravnica. And then imagine the entire house and yourself in a very definite, fixed location that does not change.
Okay. I think I have it.
Now make a Constitution saving throw.
And this is where Nim winds up in the plane of fire.
And one more with advantage.
Ooh, nice.
You feel yourself floating off. It's slow, though. It's very much not instant. This time it's like grains of sand that are your being floating off. To which Eileen will then peer around and simply nod to herself. Yes,
Wait!
I think I'll be here until you're done. Just keep focusing. Do not lose focus. Do not.
Okay.
Do not.
Focus. Cray's house.
Yes.
Ravnica. 115 Mulberry Street.
Good
That's not my
enough.
address.
Oh no. Well, I will enjoy seeing your essence scattered across the dimensions. Well, no, that won't be enjoyable. Really want what's in your bag.
So, has Nim made it, or?
Nim is basically slowly disintegrating himself.
Yes.
I don't feel so good, Miss Eileen.
Thank you. Now that you're dead, I can have your white piece.
Yeah,
The
but
long
Oh
no.
my.
Nim's keeping his white mana piece. So what is happening now? Because Nim is staying focused and stuff.
You feel as if your mind itself is spreading out. Like you're aware of every sensation in two places. before the rest of you finally follows your mind towards Frey's house. You're in front of his front door.
Alright, and is this Universe Alpha or Universe 1175?
Huh?
This is Universe Epsilon. Good luck. Everyone's spiders now. No, you're fine.
Did something happen to the fantasy grounds thing? I just went over there and it said that I was disconnected.
Yeah, it said you disconnected it, and then there's another one saying that you're connected again.
I am trying to reconnect. Okay, so it was just me. Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
I
did it!
noticed then
You planeswalked! You
I-
can't open your bag of holding anymore, though.
What do you mean I can't?
It seems to have sealed itself shut for some reason.
Uh-oh. All of Dim's food is in there.
Oh, that's right. Your bag of holding has all your food, doesn't it? The tree just ate it all.
Well, that might be his bag of colding, actually.
Yeah,
That's
but
right.
the
He has
bag of
different
holding
bags.
is in the saddle pack. And the saddle pack is, it's an alternative form of a bag of holding.
Interesting.
It's not a true bag of holding, but close enough.
I am having trouble reconnecting to fantasy grounds.
Give it like 5 minutes.
Curious. It did say you've disconnected and reconnected again.
Yeah.
Most likely it thinks you're still connected, so just give it like 5 minutes and we'll see if it registers you're no longer connected. Go ahead and close Fantasy Grounds on your end.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Cray is going to shout, or Nim is going to shout, Cray!
Seeing Kratos?
He's right in front of the door.
Cray's not home.
Well, where is Cray?
You say that like it stops Nim from shouting Cray.
Yeah, there is that.
There
too.
is also, if I recall, we made a magical doggy door that only allows Nim inside.
That is also correct. Silver.
Nim and Silver.
Yes.
Very well then. Package deal.
And also, Nim is going to send an invitation to Cray.
Cray's just like, what?
You get this random invitation from out of literally nowhere.
It's a little piece of paper that says, Cray, I need help!
I don't think Cray is even aware of Nim's
It
new
says,
ability.
Help, help, help. It just says nothing but help over and over again.
That is what the paper says.
Will you please help?
I don't know.
Cray, this
Sure,
paper
where are you?
appeared out of nowhere.
Where are you?
I like how Nim like forgets that he has a
Marten phone.
that he has a Marten phone.
Well, who needs a Marten phone when you could just summon the person now?
To see if you know, to give them more information than whatever this thing that. Well, I guess you don't actually know what the invitations say.
Yeah, he has no idea that the invitations are sent out. He just knows people coming.
So the invitation says something random depending on what name is feeling at the moment.
Yes. Just about.
But Cray said sure, which is an acceptance of the invitation.
Yeah.
Is that-
A door opens. A door appears before you, Cray. It's connected to a stone wall.
a stone what?
The stone wall. He's in the sewer still.
Oh, okay.
Actively.
Trey thinks that he found a secret passage.
A secret
Cray?
passage.
Go into it, Cray. Go into the secret passage you found into a sewer.
So,
That
so this
appeared after
passage
you-
just
after
opens up the moment I kind of accept this invitation.
Yes.
The door appears the moment you accept this invitation.
Hmm. He squints but opens it.
There's your house. And Nim.
Huh. How did you do that?
Does sound go through the doorway?
It doesn't. Until Cray steps through. He simply sees to the other end, but is not there.
Oh, Cray definitely stepped through.
Oh, well then. Cray appears, and the door
Cray!
vanishes.
I can't get my saddle pack open!
He just looks so confused.
It won't
He's like-
open!
Oh, all right. He walks over to him and tries to look at the saddlebag.
Oh, by the way, can Element hear Nim screaming because he should still be back at the barnyard?
Nim
Cray's
is
house?
very loud, so I would imagine yes.
Okay. I don't even gonna check for that then.
Question, how many people are at Cray's house? I imagine Locket's there, probably.
Oh, I am at Cray's house?
I imagine people followed Nim after he ran off, after sealing the quantum ham.
I mean, we
Unless
know
they were doing something else.
we know Eileen
Ram was
followed.
with Pluto.
We know Eileen followed. We know Element followed. We know Locket may have followed. That Death Knight may have followed because he's
Death Knight was sent back, I believe.
was he?
Yeah,
I don't
he
think.
was.
Oh, okay. I don't remember you sending him back specifically. So
Also,
okay, but fair
his
enough.
name is Jin?
I
Gosh.
It is.
I know his name is Jin. Oh, so does it say I'm disconnected from Fantasy Grounds?
What?
Yes.
Okay, I should be able to get back in then.
So yeah, Cray is out in the front with Nim and taking a look at his saddle pack.
Yeah.
Element is coming.
Seems very thoroughly sealed shut.
Element is coming from behind.
He just starts to unseal the package as he normally would.
Seems like there's something inside that's holding it shut.
What did you put in here?
The tree.
What?
The tree.
Just explain.
I think you put a whole tree in that bag.
Well, I went to the Astral Plane and I found a version of the tree in the backyard growing there, and I put it in to save it from an astral dreadnought.
Why do I feel like Craze is coming closer and closer to just having a blue screen of death moment?
Dum 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 dum.
Do 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 do.
How did you fit the tree in the bag?
It was very hard.
Yes, most trees are. But how did you?
How did he? Oh wait, he just popped it in.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kind of.
he just
Well, I just kind of
Continue.
popped it in.
continuously squeezed it in there.
So why don't you just kind of pop it out?
Oh. Well, sure. And Nim's gonna try and do that, and it'll probably be right on top of Cray.
Now, what are you pulling out exactly?
The tree.
You grasp it, and it seems very firmly rooted where it is. It's like trying to pull an actual tree out of the ground.
It rooted itself into the saddlebag.
He's going to.
Your saddlebag is now at max capacity for all eternity.
He's going to try and grab the ham instead.
You are over encumbered forever.
Oh, this feels strange. Oh, grabbing it is weird. It's sticky and gooey. Sticky. What is it doing right now?
Okay, better idea. And Nim's rushing to the backyard.
The tree is still there.
He's gonna try and pop it back out where the tree is.
Oh boy. Are you sure?
Is Nim Nizzit gonna like come and like eat Nim so he doesn't like implode the universe?
After he takes notes, probably.
It's either gonna be Raylale or Nim Nizzit that's gonna come stop him from imploding the universe, because I'm pretty sure that's basically its job is to stop crazy magic shit from happening.
Even though
As
they
well as
also cause
causing it.
Yes.
No, they cause it and prevent. They cause it, but if it's like world ending, then it's kind of their thing to prevent it, I'm pretty sure. Because they're the crazy asshole mages.
You're not wrong.
Enemy, it is about this time that enemy is going to show up and yell, Nim! Nim, you're back!
Yes.
Where the hell did you go?
Hold on, I need to get this out of my bag.
What?
It's firmly in there.
What's in your bag?
The tree?
The tree? What do you mean the tree?
The tree's in my bag.
Which tree?
This one.
Nim, are you talking about the tree behind Cray's house?
That's what he's standing next to. So yes.
Yes.
Wait, I thought we were in front.
And I said
Okay,
that
He
Nim had,
ran to the backyard.
Yeah,
okay.
he said he had an idea and ran to the backyard.
Okay,
Pray
I
follows.
but
Boy,
Nim,
your entire bag of colding is getting quite warm, actually. Why
Nim-
might that be?
Nim, you're right next to the tree. How are you taking it out of the bag if it's not in there actually?
It's the version of it that was in the Astral Plane.
The what?
The Astral Plane.
Frey, you're hearing this shit.
Oh, right!
Enemy is
I
an-
remember
enemy-
now. Nim is gonna try and see if he can send Eileen back, which she would probably come back right next to where he's at now.
Enemy is going to look at Cray. Do you have any idea what he's talking about?
He said something about the astral plane. So no.
I'm guessing that has something to do with planeswalking.
Potentially.
You feel the command does not work because Eileen is not where she was previously.
She probably already planeswalked out.
However, oh no! My good pet, where are you?
Bum bum. Bum 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 ba da 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 da.
Okay, Nim is now focusing very closely on the orphanage he built in Mulemaster. And he's gonna try and planeswalk there.
So, what is the name of that realm?
Faerun.
Faerun is a very long distance.
It's just a hop, skip, and a jump.
Your
Wait.
close up time.
By the way, how much does planeswalking exhaust people? Like, is it something that consumes stamina?
I'm under the impression that yes.
Yeah, because I am wondering how many times can Nim planeswalk before it fails on him because his body is exhausted. He just did it twice in the span of about 10 minutes. While
Frey,
he's
tell me more about planeswalking since I did do some studying, but I don't remember too much about it.
Alright, Google.
You don't know either?
I know planeswalkers can planeswalk, but I don't know
I
the
don't think they get
various-
exhausted.
I don't
If
think
that
so either. I haven't heard about that.
Planeswalking is simply traveling out of planes of existence. It's quite common for power wizards such as Elminster and Keben. There's typically a person planeswalks alone and on foot. What? Oh, this is Realm of Adventure. What the heck is Realm of Adventure?
Magic the Gathering. Planeswalk.
I'm gonna see if maybe Redo knows. I can ask him in text.
Planeswalker rules, rulings, subtypes, commands, interaction, storyline, Planeswalker lore. Here we go.
That one sounds promising.
Definition of Planeswalker's ability to travel from separate universes with ease. While the vast majority of people throughout the multiverse are not even aware that other worlds exist besides their own, planeswalking in form of magic. No time mana with specialized spell knowledge with access to enormous power, it's possible for planeswalker to transfer clothing, artifacts, and/or creatures with them as they planeswalk. A planeswalker is specifically a being who possesses a planeswalker's spark. The planeswalker spark is more or less a 1 in a million thing in sentient beings, and having it ignite is even rarer. There are other beings who, through various means, are able to travel between planes, but are not considered planeswalkers.
Intriguing.
Many pre-Revenished characters were referred to as planeswalkers, but may not have actually been. Without any further information, they remain subject to debate. So, planeswalker is someone with a strange spark in their body. Other people can also planeswalk, but may not be considered planeswalkers.
It makes sense.
Okay.
The act of planeswalking is a spell, and like how every mage practices magic differently, every planeswalker planeswalks slightly differently. Some can planeswalk swiftly, some more slowly, some require great effort to planeswalk, some can do it with ease. Some can planeswalk again in a short amount of time, some can take a while. Some can carry out inorganic material with them, a rare few can planeswalk organic material, and those usually have restrictions.
Wait, I think we found something in the previous sentence. Some can placewalk in a short amount of time, some may take longer.
So it basically just varies.
An individual known as
Walker.
Kaya is exceptional in that she can merge her body and mind with another being and take that individual with her on a planeswalk. So even though others can planeswalk with other items and stuff, depending on how good they are, there is one who can bring someone with them.
Joke.
Ugin was able to bring Nicol Bolas to meditation plane through the blind eternities. Planeswalkers can planeswalk to specific locations. A planeswalker can effectively teleport by planeswalking to another plane and then back.
Well,
Shauna
apparently
describes her
planeswalkers are on the level of gods, gifted with immortality, at-will shapeshifting, and immense magical power.
That's... what? Oh, those are the traditional planeswalkers.
Oh.
There's traditional
Oh,
planeswalkers.
yeah, I see that here.
And then there's
Digi,
current
is this
planeswalkers.
before or after the mending?
Red might was my timekeeper.
New breed was born during the mending when Jessica let me look into the mending. The Great Mending, or just the mending, was a process that healed the multiverse, particularly
Be right a moment.
planes and the multiverse, preventing many. It also rebalanced the power of the Planeswalker Spark, permanently diminishing the power of all current and future Planeswalkers in the universe.
So yeah, if it's before that, then Nim is a god. If it's after that, then Nim is an ordinary person that can move between planes.
After.
Aww.
If you were a god, many things would have played out very differently.
But I want to become as god.
I mean,
God.
there are...
Okay,
methods.
so the Great Mending happened... Oh, God. The Great Mending happened in 45,000 AR in the plane of Dominaria, whereas the plane of Ravnica... Oh, okay. So the Great Mending happened... So there actually is something that's keeping time between planes. I just need to figure out what the current date is in Dominaria, because it's close. Like, the Great Mending happened fairly recently.
Ah.
Yeah, it looks like it... So Nim would not have been able to be here if it were before the mending. So it would have to be after the mending. Because it looks like there was something in effect that kept planeswalkers from entering Ravnica. After the mending, which it does seem to have been a fairly recent thing, it looks like Niv Mizzet is actively researching forms of interplanar travel, And planeswalking is not public knowledge, and the existing planeswalkers are actively working to keep things that way. They're trying to keep people from knowing that planeswalking is a thing.
Also, I just came back and I think I got the answer. I managed to get an answer from Red, and he told me that yeah, like Moriarty read before, it depends. Some planeswalkers find it easy to planeswalk, like the one there who just is constantly playing all the time, and she has actually difficulty staying in one place because she just keeps teleporting everywhere. But other people need like to meditate for a while before they can actually placewalk, like Moriarty read. And yeah, it depending on how easy it is, it will be easier to do it repeatedly, but it does come with a level of exhaustion. So doing it too many times, if you're not, if you are not, if you don't have your abilities like in check, will exhaust you.
Basically, it is completely different for every planeswalker. So
We will need
I could throw out the suggestion you roll like 2d100s, one for how much effort it takes and one for how long it takes you to do it. They just make it
First time he
completely
did it.
random.
I might start wondering if he's going to actually experience real death if he keeps going on about this, because that seems to be his trigger.
So I will throw out there, if what you've said is true, then we may need to like worry about Jace coming and visiting us.
Yeah, Jace is one of the planeswalkers. Basically, from what I read there, we should not have been running into nearly as many people that know about planeswalking, because they are actively trying to make sure nobody knows about it. Obviously, some super powerful people like Niv Mizzet would understandably have an understanding of it, but beyond that...
To be fair, the other person who we met who knew about it
Was
well,
Jim.
the main one who we met that knew about it was like a level 20 Death Knight.
Yeah,
Rel
true.
know about planeswalkers too.
Yeah, because we've been told about it. We are
I
not
feel like
supposed
Rel knew about Planeswalkers because he debatably could have been one.
Also, he made Eileen.
Yeah.
Yeah, who is
Although-
also a planeswalker apparently.
Although Eileen was,
He was made from Planeswalker's corpse.
yeah, she was
Right.
she was the animated course about planeswalkers, so it's not because Relo specifically made her.
To be
But
fair,
I guess she understood.
he could have done that and still not known she was a Planeswalker.
True.
Finds out later.
Okay, so what's this signal?
We might need to retcon a thing or two, but yeah.
Yeah. So what's happened? So what's the thing at the moment?
Right, we
I'm
were doing something about a
pondering.
tree in the backyard or something.
I'm pondering if I should allow Nim to go back to the orphanage and Mulmaster, or if that could potentially remove him from the game.
The only reason he's considering this is you're bringing, at least assuming the voice that you're using is the
Raylo,
same.
without question.
Yeah, the guy that he really does not want to be anywhere near because the fucking guy ripped his head off.
Olahan.
Should we roll something to see how Nim's abilities work?
I'm
Should
gonna
we-
do some more research on this. I heard that it was simply you just use an action to do it. Like a full
Well,
turn.
so according to the wiki, it is a spell, but the only thing is, literally every planeswalker does it differently, and they have various degrees of difficulty doing it. But it is essentially a spell.
Well, with the way Neil has been doing it out there now, he seems to be one of the fast ones. But that means he could probably be exhausting himself right now without even knowing it.
Very possibly.
I mean, I could accept it using a spell slot.
Sure enough.
Well, I don't think
It
it's a spell slot type thing, because it's basically it's a spell, but it's only available to those who have the spark and have had that spark ignited. So it's almost like a racial ability spell.
Like a cantrip.
Yes, but definitely not a cantrip.
A really heavy duty cantrip.
It's not a cantrip.
Imagine if teleportation was a
I would say
cantrip.
it's probably closer to like a ritual spell, if anything.
Whenever
Well,
I-
even then, it's a case by case scenario, because again, some can just literally like snap their fingers, planeswalk, snap their fingers again, and then teleport somewhere else entirely different back onto the same planes. They can literally use planeswalking as teleportation, whereas other ones, it's like I can teleport once and it takes a lot out of me, dude. Like I need to lay down after I do that.
And it also takes a while for it to happen too. Like they need to basically go into meditation, and sometime in the future it happens.
We can look into how to actually work it. I will look into it, see what we can find. But for now, we can just move along.
Honestly, I think the best way to go about here is just to make it so that it fails right now, because I think Nima had just placed well too many times in a short amount of time.
That is
still-
probably the best idea.
Makes him sick, nauseous.
makes
even.
sense to me.
After all, he's still
Nim
strong in this
definitely does
regard.
not want to be anywhere near this guy, no matter what his intentions are.
And no one blames
Oh,
Nim.
is someone trying to make a singularity happen over here?
But you also did basically summon him by fucking with the fabric of reality of Ravnica.
No.
Inside my workshop? All of Ravnica? Yes!
What?
Oh. Is Relo approaching us?
Yes.
Oh,
Is Rel in Kray's house?
He's
I think
he's in my yard.
backyard. He is walking through fences. Hello!
Markov's gonna yell out, "Ray!" and then just wave his hand at him.
Yes,
And
hello, Rocket.
Nim is taking off running.
Markov. Come back here! You have a singularity event. The flag is just waiting to be triggered. Come
Nim
back.
is running as fast as he can because his life
If he
very
can,
much
if he can
depends
hear his
on
voice,
it.
it spurs him faster.
Bray
Yes.
just holds up his hand. I can take a message.
Well, I very much need that bag of his. For you see, he almost created a singularity event which would have done quite a number of disastrous things. Interesting, but disastrous things if he layered two of the exact same existences over each other.
Right, well, you're going to need to steal it from him, because that's where he keeps his food.
Well, don't worry. I shall steal his entire being. Now, hold on. I have to run.
Hey, what have you done?
I've done nothing. I stepped through a door because he asked me to help him open the bag.
Adam is gonna rob his temple. I was so worried about this guy, and now now I have no idea what the hell is going on. I can barely understand it, but believe it or not, I think I actually kind of understand what that crazy guy is saying. And now I am mad because Nim was just about to doom the entire plane.
The next episode was gonna be
Running.
Nim's No Way Home.
I assume he wasn't going to doom the entire plane on purpose.
Charge.
Even if it wasn't on purpose, I can't help but be frustrated. You understand that? You understand that, right?
No, if it's not on purpose. If it's on purpose, that's definitely frustrating.
I am
If you
starting.
Though, to be fair, it is impressive to accidentally doom an entire plane of existence.
Then, before he runs off, he's going to pause and look at Cray. Wait, actually, there's a very simple solution to this problem.
Oh?
I shall annex your house.
What?
Yes! You mad genius!
If I take this tree, then theoretically, another one existing in this dimension should be perfectly fine. I just have to dispose of it somewhere where it does not currently exist.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that the whole problem is that he has a tree in his bag and that there's already one that exists?
Yes.
All right, but
therefore,
I simply
if I
request
take this
that
tree and maybe a portion of your yard, and then just casually throw in ownership over the rest of your property, everything will be fine.
No, don't take any else of my property. You can have the tree, but only because that one's going to replace it.
I'm going to annex your house as a service fee, though.
How much are you paying me?
I can offer you a trade rather than direct monetary compensation
I'm listening.
of your secrets and the identity of your parents.
Cray has secrets.
So you're blackmailing me.
For the safety of Rev. Oh, I don't care about that. I'm just taking this tree. he's going to turn around, grasp the trunk, and pull it out of the ground with a lot of dirt. This is mine now. Well,
What a
for
strong
however
man.
long I'm interested in this anyway.
When he's bored with it, he just yeets it back at your window.
Don't worry, I'll return this dirt at a later date. Goodbye, citizen. And he leaves.
Bye, fellow superhero.
I call Nim on the phone.
That guy is very physically strong for a mage, I must say.
I'm assuming he used magic to rip it out of the ground.
I imagine so, but it didn't look that way to me.
Nim will answer the Marten phone, panting heavily. And that's basically all you hear. Which he's actually sending through the, he's sending through the mental link.
Right. He's gone.
He is?
Yeah, he took the tree.
What?
The tree that we had in the backyard?
He hangs up and is running back.
Tree has been stolen.
You think he's mad about the tree, Cray?
By the way,
well, he did hang up rather swiftly when I told him the tree is gone.
Oh, that's an angry Nim right there.
By the way, is the ham still under the ground, or did that disappear too?
The what?
Is the ham still on the tree's roots, or was that pulled out when he pulled out the tree?
No, he has also taken the ham.
Okay, good.
The ham!
Anything but the ham.
By the way, what's the donation goal?
A unity between the plant and animal materials.
Oh. I'm not sure. I want to know what that is. Anyways,
You know, I am starting to feel that sometimes Nim might be a liability.
Might be a little what?
Maybe a bit of a liability.
No, what makes you say that?
He causes
Graham is just relaxing with Pluto, just doing training. Like, this is so nice.
His cause
Yes.
he causes a lot of he causes a bit of trouble inadvertently because he rushes into things.
maybe you
Fine.
should teach him some form of restraint.
How do I do that? Is the problem.
You're a soldier. How do you usually do it?
Graham would have been like, "Well, you're kind of you're the closest thing to an owner he has, so I feel like it's your responsibility, Mr. Librarian."
You're
Do you
not
thi- do you-
You
there.
don't own him.
Do you think
He's a friend. A friend that I try to teach the best of my ability.
do you think do you
But he is a companion. He is not something I own. I'm not in the business of owning people.
That's a lie, and you know
If you are still under the assumption that I own Korn, I do not. Him and I made an agreement that I do not own him. He simply has this tendency to think that I'm his master for some reason.
I mean,
He has this weird slave mentality.
He also very specifically stated that you had he was an indebted slave.
No, the indentured servant. It's something completely different.
Are you sure? Sounds like
Yes,
slave to me.
A slave is someone who has no chance of freedom and no opportunity to do so. Indentured servitude is, you owe me this amount of money. The moment you pay it back to me, you can do whatever the hell you want. Until then, you work for me.
Mhm.
So your old roommate or your current roommate, Corn?
Yes.
Okay.
To be fair, there are many business transactions that imply indentured servitude but don't use the term indentured servitude.
Mhm.
That's how you get shark loans. Loan sharks.
Also, to answer the incorrect question, do you really think Nim will be able to stomach military training? He'd run away the moment I try.
Well, probably not the moment you try. You'd probably have him for a little bit.
But then he would probably just get bored.
He is a wolf after all. Do you think obedience training would work?
Get one of those little clickers.
Maybe give him some positive reinforcement.
Oh, poor Nim.
Listen. You literally didn't you say the other day that you were in charge of some individuals?
Yeah, I do have some problem people under my care now.
Well, consider Nim one of those new problems.
There's a lot of things I'm gonna have to think about if I actually go through with this. I do think Nim needs something of the sort.
So I spoke with Kerr, who knows a lot about, tabletop games as well as a huge amount of Magic the Gathering. And he basically says that a planeswalker can use plane shift at will as many times as they want. With no repercussions. It's just no difficulty, no repercussions. The only limitation is I can't use it to attack somebody, to banish somebody, and I cannot use it on others. It is strictly myself.
Yeah, it's a self-targeting spell. Like I said, there was one weird exception where someone could possess someone's body and still use plane shift, and that allowed them to take someone to plane shift with it, but that was a literal one-person type deal.
Doesn't that kind of contradict the lore that planeswalking is different from every planeswalker, though?
But
Well,
it's
he's probably speaking from his experience with planeswalkers, which some of the more known planeswalkers are incredibly powerful magic users such as Karn, Jace, Chandra, etc., who probably have planeswalking mastered.
there's a
Okay.
few exceptions to the rule. Blaze of Spikes in the chat says Kaya the Ghost Assassin is an exception to the rule.
Yep, Kaya was that one exception, yeah, that I read about.
It looks
What
like
was
Blaze
the
of
exception
Spikes,
about?
where they, I assume that's the one where they possess somebody's body to use planeswalking.
Okay, and there's also the Wanderer who just keeps planeswalking constantly and actually has to concentrate on staying in one place, or the
But
way she disappears.
for a good general rule, I could see that working. I am a-okay with Nim still struggling with it a little bit. But, you know, eventually he would master the ability with practice.
Yeah, I mean,
It can probably be worked in as some sort of D&D mechanic where it's like, because you literally just gained this ability, you could, like, there's certain parameters about it, but like as you get more proficient in it and go closer to level 20, you know, gain more power over it, and maybe eventually just get to the point where you're just blinking all over the place, planeswalking wherever the hell you want.
I
Yeah.
also had a thought that he's using an improper
I think for
mindset.
now, just like treating
should
it like it's some kind
probably
of
not
ritual
be
would
his trigger.
probably be the best way to like you know, like it takes him a while. Like that way, you could be like, it takes you like this long to like actually like planeswalk properly.
I feel at
Plane,
this point, honestly, the
Like
best
it did
thing
the
is
second
just to
time in
have it
10
entirely inconsistent until
yeah.
proper
I'm
rules
okay
can be
with
laid
it
down.
being... Basically, I would say until Nim has had a lot more practice with it, just having it be a rather inconsistent on how long it takes and stuff would be the best option.
Okay.
he should probably also get winded out by that.
There is no
Inconsistent
winding
of how
out.
long,
If he
if
does
he
it
can.
if he does it too many times in a row.
There's nothing about them ever getting winded by it.
Redmay told me otherwise.
Oh,
I
Yeah.
would say like just for now, there'd just possibly just be the chance of it failing instead of it actually making him like
Yeah,
exhausted.
because what I read online is everything I've read, what Kerr said, what I'm taking from Blaze's Spikes,
What's
I
Blaze's
could,
spikes?
one of the viewers.
Oh.
Basically, there is nothing about a planeswalker getting winded at all. It is just, I feel like being over here now. And here I am. That said, the plane shift ability does say that it is not necessarily precise on where you wind up in the plane, unless you know a teleportation circle. You can
Plane
use
shift
it to
ability.
go to... It's a spell. Plane shift, the spell says that, like, if you're trying to get to a particular place on a plane, you wind up generally close to it, but sometimes you could wind up a ways away. The spell does specifically say you can still see it, but...
Plane shift is a D&D spell, though.
Yes.
It's not...
But it's what people are saying is the closest basis to use
Equivalent.
this for. Yeah, the closest
Right.
equivalent.
Though I should already point out, as I read through Plane Shift, it already has like things like 8 willing creatures.
And I already said about that, Cray.
Yeah.
Were you not listening to me? So anyways, inconsistent on how quickly it works.
Yes. Also, Nim is charging on his way after Railhill has left with the tree and ham.
On the way back, Nim is going to call for Graham. Sending
The
one of the
invitation thing?
invitations. Probably saying something along the lines of danger, theft, help, we need you. And
Graham
probably
is just
saying
like-
headless.
Wasn't Graham there?
No,
No.
Graham was not with us.
He was still with Pluto learning
I
other
could have sworn
matters.
Cray and Graham had like a back and forth, so I just assumed he was there.
No. I was talking to you as a person, not as a character.
I was in the character mindset, so I was responding as a character. I forgot what you even said.
That's fine.
Ah.
Anyways, Graham will get this invitation and be like, "This seems shady as shit. Where did this come from?"
Same reaction as Cray. Let's go.
I mean,
This seems to have no actual usable information in it. I'll just set it aside. Maybe I'll see if anyone else has any ideas whenever I see them.
Will Nim know that that it's been declined? I assume he would know.
Probably.
What, Digi?
Probably.
In that case, another one is being sent. Graham, help! Please! Rip head off! Theft! Danger! We need help! And all of these are preferably arriving as individual slips of paper. If that's okay,
Graham is
Digi.
just gonna like set them off into a pile and just set them as on fire. It's like, nice and warm. and he's just every time he gets a new one, he's just gonna toss it into the fire. Like,
Are you
hey,
even
Pluto,
reading
look,
them?
infinite fire.
I mean,
Are
he
you
was
at least
probably
reading them?
You probably would have read the first few, realized that they still contained no
Here.
information about who this is from, what's going on, and then just started being like, okay, that's time to just start making fire with this.
I mean, yeah, that checks out. Graham
Nim
isn't
will
even
remember
aware.
this.
Graham isn't even aware of your abilities, Nim.
Nim will remember this betrayal.
He does keep
No.
one so he can bring it back to the party and be like, what is this about? Again, it doesn't even say like actually, Digi, does the invitation say that it's from Nim?
Yes.
Okay, if it does say that it's from Nim, then Nim would probably respond to the one that's like rip head off. It's like, okay, maybe he'll just like, I'll be back, Pluto.
Good luck to you then.
And I guess the door will appear and he'll just be like,
Yes.
I don't like this.
I'm back.
Welcome
And
back.
then he'll open the door. What is he? And what does he see on the other side? Did you see Nim sprinting down a street?
Yes.
Yeah, probably
and
about-
the door's vision is following after him.
I assume
Probably
it's
like
less
a mile
in the middle of a
away.
street and more like 3 yards.
Graham is just gonna be like, interesting.
Well, Nim's just running along.
Wait, did
Graham
everyone?
will just
Wouldn't it be
like,
funny if the door was in front of Nim, so he just saw the floating door and Graham standing there, staring at him awkwardly?
standing there menacingly.
I could only wish it was.
Standing there menacingly.
Graham just slowly pulls out a dagger and has this murderous look on his face, but like the kind of murderous where he's smiling.
Oh, creepy.
Graham will step through the door and be like, "Okay, Nim, what's going on here?"
Nim probably already.
And Nim is already about 80 feet away.
How far did Nim get? Because the conversation with this guy didn't last this long, and it feels like Nim has been running back more than he ran. I'm guessing Nim's lost.
Fear was in one direction. Anger was in the other. Fear
Yeah.
is faster than anger.
Well, if
Not to mention,
Nim
he
isn't
is
gonna,
a little bit slower because of the fact that, he was sprinting all the way away, and now he is getting winded.
then how is he away from Graham if he just walked through the doorway that was following Nim?
Oh, the door wasn't following Nim. The moment you open it, the view of the
No.
hallway was following Nim.
When he walks through is when.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he steps through, he has no momentum going forward, so he just lands, and
Yes.
Nim is still running.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he's yelling at Nim as soon as he walks through the door. He's like, "Nim!"
Danger!
And
that's all
you have
he-
to be a little bit more specific about that, Nim.
Nim is still running.
Graham is just gonna sigh. He's gonna look back, see the door is gone, and be like, "God damn it!"
You can at least tell that you're on the Transguild Promenade, probably near Cray's house.
He's still just gonna be like, "God damn it!"
Actually,
I
Nim
was
made
in
it
the-
all the way to the Civic District.
Oh my god.
Not really, but
Okay.
Wrong district, Nim.
I was gonna say he did not. Like, Nim would probably have to move like at least 80 miles per hour to make it to the Civic District in that amount of time.
Graham
Again,
is just gonna be
like they literally sat
"Fine,
there, talked to the
whatever."
guy for like a full minute, maybe, and then he stole the tree and went off. They were not talking with what's his face that
Raylo.
long.
Raylo.
Raylo.
No. Said some strange
Yeah, Raylo showed up.
tree and left.
Nim ran. Raylo said he caused a thing.
Raylo
Then he was like, "Wait, I have a solution. I'll just take the tree." And Cray was like, "What do you pay me?" And then they like negotiated for a minute, and then he left. And then Cray immediately called him.
Using the word of negotiation is a strong word for what happened there.
It was
He
just
tried. He attempted negotiation.
it was just straight up blackmail from Raylo. He got to the point quickly. Which I'm surprised
Cray
about.
was like, "What do you pay me?" Raylo's like, "I won't blackmail you."
That was how it went.
And now Nim is just running back with Graham in tow.
The worst part is Cray didn't even agree.
I mean, you also didn't try to stop him either.
Because I can't.
That's
Dude
consent by
literally
inaction.
Dude literally squatted down, grabbed the tree with one hand, lifted it up, and was just like, "I'm on my way now."
this is
Well, how do I stop that? I'm sorry. I'm level, what is it, 5, 6?
You could've-
I'm
you
level
could've
6.
you could have made the
This
choice.
this dude single-handedly just lifted a tree, is also a fey god of some sort. You want me to stop this guy?
I mean,
Yes,
here's the
I
thing,
want
if we
I
ask
want you to
kindly,
I want you to either like die with honor or you just admit that you just like
I'm not gonna die for a
You don't
fucking
even know this
tree,
happened,
Graham. Die with honor for a fucking tree. I'm not slicing you. You can go die for a tree.
I know.
Nim
I
would
said
have-
die because because you always have a choice. You could have died, or you could, or accept that he was taking taking the tree.
Yeah,
So it
that's
was
what I
consent-
did.
it-
I
it
was like,
consent
well, he's
through
taking the tree
inaction.
now, and I can't stop him.
Yes,
So
consent
I
through
did
inaction.
nothing. I don't even think I would get to die. I think I would get to maybe make an attack at him, maybe, and he would be gone. Probably not even noticing that I attacked him.
I don't think Graham was actually asking you to attack him.
I was
Oh
saying,
no, he
you
was
have
just
to-
asking me to die. Okay, I got you.
No, I was saying you have to admit that you basically consented to him taking the tree by doing.
I
nothing.
did not.
But
That
you
is
did.
like that is like saying a thief breaks into your house, holds you at gunpoint, and says, "I'm taking your TV," and you doing nothing because you're held at gunpoint means you consent to them stealing.
Yeah,
But here's the real question: is that really that far off from being? You're like, yes,
It is-
please steal so you don't shoot me in the face.
It's not even that. It's like a burglar comes into your house, picks up the vase. You see him, he sees you, and he's like, "I want to teleport away now," and then he phases through reality. What do you do about that? You can't do anything. Like, even if you wanted to do something, you can't do anything.
I just like giving you a hard time,
Like,
Craig.
literally, it's like the most you could do is, could you pay me first?
Sorry, I had to go do something.
no worries.
I'm just giving Cray a hard time.
Okay, what I
You're
missed
not
because I
even
was like,
there yet.
I was clipping that. That was so important. I had to like, okay, I need to clip this.
Oh my god.
Somebody clip that. Send me that clip. I want to see that clip.
Don't worry.
Oh, I already got it clipped. That's why I had to definitely mute myself.
Okay, go post
Ah,
it in
I want to see
creator
the clip.
chat.
Send me the clip.
Posted in the creators chat. Okay.
Okay, so what are Graham and Nim doing?
Graham's just
I think they're just running back now.
Graham's just kind of walking back because he one way or another, people are either gonna die or start explaining things.
All right, it's in the creators chat.
It's to either like die with honor or you just admit that you just like.
You're not gonna die for a
You don't even know this
tree,
happened,
Graham.
Graham.
That's
I
why
want that
I,
on a
as a
shirt now.
person, am giving Cray crap.
I think you may go a little too hard on that in that regard, if I be honest. This was ridiculous, but this was fun.
That's the point of it.
We should probably move along, though.
Yeah.
Did
Let's
I miss
go die for
anything
some.
when
Let's
I
go
like,
die for some goddamn trees.
So Graham will arrive probably significantly after Nim has. Like,
And-
okay, what's
there's-
going on?
And there's just Element Cray and Locket, not Locket.
Ray's gonna go ahead and point to the massive hole in the ground where the tree used to be.
And Marco and yeah,
Where's
there's just
my
a giant.
tree?
He took it.
So
don't tell him, he'll be mad.
What do you mean he'll be mad? What?
He'll be mad at the person who took the tree.
yes, rightfully
No.
so. He stole my tree.
I mean,
Graham will
didn't-
just be like, please, just tell me what the hell is going on.
So Raylel came back after Nim did something that endangered the plane. I really don't know what, and I don't want to think about it. But he came back, and apparently he has a tree in his bag of colding. So Raylel came here. Apparently somehow he knew about it, and stated that he had to take that tree, the tree that was here, because he couldn't get the tree from the bag of colding because Nim ran away from him. Because two of the same tree can't exist within the same plane, which doesn't make any sense to me. It's just a tree, but supposedly it can't.
The guy was unusually focused on this one task, so I am kind of I think he was being serious in this regard.
In before this tree counts as a legendary creature, and having two summoned on the same plane kills both of the trees.
So why don't we just go ask Raylil about, getting more information about why this was bad in the first place?
That might be actually be a good idea, but I don't think I would understand that. I can barely understand all this new information we have gotten over the course of these 2 weeks.
I'm gonna be gone. I'm gonna be gone for a moment, so by all means, continue between yourselves.
Question for the DM, real quick. Before you
Go
go
ahead.
Is all the magic mumbo jumbo that we did to keep the tree living causing the ground to like reseal itself?
There is grass growing very quickly now.
So there's just an unsightly crater. Gotcha.
Yeah.
But it's filled
Yes.
with grass. So
Exactly.
it looks like there's a pond here once.
Well, maybe you can make this a poll then.
I don't know if I can make it a full.
You need a hot tub.
It depends on how much of it is. I mean, I could get a pool. That'd be nice. A pool would be nice. Lockett, you deserve a raise.
I said hot tub, but okay.
Who said pool?
I did.
Raharu, you deserve a raise.
Oh.
Element, you deserve a raise.
My honesty lost me money yet again.
Don't worry, I'll
He
give you
didn't
what.
say he was gonna give you a raise. He just said you deserve one.
Also, I don't pay any of you anything. Literally, all of our income has been on contracted jobs that we have all taken.
Yeah, and then there is all that money that we got from the ensemble. From Felix.
Which was, of course, evenly divided because why wouldn't it be?
After
they took out the finder's fees, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Which, honestly, I hope those sentinels got paid well.
Mm-hmm.
Minimum wage.
A minimum wage Azurius sentinel, dear God.
I do wonder now.
It's like suggesting that, like, in Warhammer, the Emperor's Guard gets minimum wage.
With no paid time off or holiday pay.
I mean, honestly, as far as Warhammer goes, the Emperor's Guard probably doesn't get paid at all. They I don't know if any of the Space Marines get paid.
I
think they just all exist for war.
Yeah, it's probably just to get paid with Nick. Oh. Never mind.
Oh.
They can sustain
I
themselves.
don't know if
on
money
nothing but
exists in
honor and
Warhammer.
glory.
I think it's all just killing.
In orc history, it's teeth.
Money is
okay. So orcs,
or orcs use currency, or they use their teeth as currency.
Right, orcs have currency. I'm guessing those space alien guys probably have a currency.
Are you talking about Tau?
Yeah, the Tau. That's them.
Alien guys.
They probably have a currency. I doubt humanity still has a currency, though. I feel like it's some sort of like communist regime at this point, and like everyone just gives to the military effort so that humanity can just desperately cling to survival. But anyways, we're on a tangent again.
Adeptus Mechanicus uses NFTs of toasters as a currency.
How the?
Okay,
right,
yeah,
moving
you're going down to the well for that one.
Thanks for having me.
He gave a little farewell.
Okay, so the last thing with this is Elemi suggesting to Cray that maybe he could make a pool from the
No!
pool in his
Where is my
backyard.
tree?
Raylo
Raylel
took
took it. I
Raylo-
literally just finished explaining this
Why
to
didn't you take? Why didn't you stop him?
Do you think
Wow.
do you think Name, do you think we are capable of stopping that guy?
I
I
return.
think Cray is.
No.
Why do you think I am?
Do your legal
Legal
thing, a majigger.
My,
Sorry, say that again?
Your legal
are you saying you want to
thingamajigger.
sue Raylel?
Yes!
Oh,
He stole our tree.
he did steal our tree.
I have been working hard to grow that.
Nim,
Don't you have the same tree in your bag?
No, it's a different variety that was in the Astral Plane.
according to Raylo, it
Nim?
is the same tree.
Nim, when you stuffed a apparently that tree, the two trees are the exact same tree.
Okay,
They cannot
apparently,
ever come into contact with each other, probably.
apparently, I
Actually,
don't
I'm
understand.
gonna roll a thing. I guess Arcana would be the closest thing to.
Alright. That's
Yeah, I think Graham gets the gist of why this would be potentially disastrous to the plane, and be like, Nim, you can't have both trees. You now spread that tree to every plane of existence possibly, and each plane needs to just keep its own.
whatever that means, it means you can't have it. And we're not going to be suing Raylo.
But he
I mean, we
stole my
can.
tree. We should sue
I-
him. Let's sue him.
No,
Then
that's-
you shouldn't have brought a dimensional tree over here.
Cray,
It was
I
going
don't
to be
think that's
destroyed.
Cray, I don't think that's a good
Was
idea.
it?
Nim.
I
Cray,
mean, legally speaking, he is in the right.
Yeah, it's
I
kind
am-
of his job to keep you from blowing up the realm. So
No,
Yeah.
I meant Nim.
oh,
Technically, legally speaking, he is in the right.
you know,
If anything, Raylel should have taken the weird dimension tree instead of the tree that he already owned.
he tried to do that, but Ning ran away. So
This is true.
that makes Nim in the wrong in this situation.
No.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Oh, welcome back, Jaffer.
Jaffer.
Just because he attempted to do
Jaffer.
something but failed to do the attempt, that doesn't mean he's suddenly in the right to do the action that he did.
How about this, Cray and Nim? How about I pay for the tree that went missing? Since I do work for Raoul and am part of the Is It.
So you'll settle out of court.
I have a feeling that however much power you have as an attorney, Craig, you wouldn't be able to win against Raylo in this regard.
Why?
I have a sick feeling in my stomach that something will happen.
He literally stole from this property, and the evidence is outstanding.
I could pay for the tree.
There is a 7-foot crater.
Well,
Element, I'm going to be honest with you. There are very few cases that are this cut and dry. There are about 5-6 witnesses here.
There is
Legally
no
speaking,
way.
this is a slam dunk for me.
There is no way that Nim is in the wrong on this at all.
Please don't sue my boss.
legally, I guess.
You know, the equivalent of I think if you accidentally set off a nuke, I think, it still counts as you being wrong.
But he hasn't done it.
No, but also if you think about it, Raylel technically also didn't steal the tree because you still have the tree. That tree exists.
He's just fixing the tree.
No, Nim had 2 versions of the tree.
I don't know if the law accounts for quantum mechanics.
I don't think so either. But either way, you look at it and there are 2 separate trees.
This is why I say it's not as
Raylo-
slam dunk as you
Why
think
are
it
we?
is.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Regardless of
I
any
think
other
at this
factors
point
here, Raylel stole the tree. Why are
think
we
at- I
sitting
think at
here
this-
arguing about the legalese of stealing a
At
tree?
this point, again, I would like to
Bec-
point out that because you brought that other tree into this plane, you made the first tree kind of you made both trees kind of a dangerous artifact that is kind of the equivalent of owning a bomb.
And that is his job is to stop stuff like that from happening. He was literally just doing his job.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure the course of Ravnica,
Yes,
it doesn't matter
but
whether
even-
he could have stole your lollipop while doing it, and they still wouldn't charge him.
All right, so let's go ahead and lock it. Nim,
Please don't sue my boss.
well, lock it. You are offering compensation. Nim, is there compensation which you'd be happy with? That's not a tree.
An infinite supply of all varieties of meat, as well as 1 million gold.
That's a little bit unreasonable.
Yeah, I'd say.
Adam is putting his cutlery is folding onto a face right now. He looks really angry.
I mean, would you be able to prove that tree was worth an infinite amount of meat and 1 million gold?
Well, to be fair, an infinite amount of meat is priceless. That is something that literally cannot be priced because it is assuming every piece of meat is at least some
It was
form of
also
value.
of every variety of meat.
Indeed, that
And-
would include endangered animals, which are just the infinite amount of meat is it is a demand that is impossible to meet and therefore definitely not acceptable in any form of court.
Do not
1 million gold is quantifiable.
but it's still too much.
Right.
Do not be unreasonable about this, Nim.
How about this, Kratom? 1,000 platinum pieces split amongst you both. Reasonable?
To be fair, there are more trees that exist of this type. We just need to go get the fruit again.
But
We have-
And like, what was the original price we got the fruit for? Like, I think we actually paid 3 gold for it.
Maybe. But I
Well-
feel bad that you lost your tree.
I mean, in theory, can't you just get mages or something to cast fast grow or something?
Isn't that what we did last time?
Cast what?
Fast grow?
Yeah, no, that's we literally have this weird.
Pseudo dryad tree.
Yeah, we have this dryad spell that exists in the backyard that it was helping the tree grow. The problem is that the tree has been entirely stolen, and we need to put a new tree there. So really, we would just need to wait for the new tree to grow.
The problem is that we actually do have another tree, but Nim
That is also a problem. Yes.
But Nim insists that we need to get the other tree back, or at least have compensation for the stolen tree, even though he has a tree in his pocket.
I'm just gonna go back to mana training. You
Wait,
guys
where
can
do you
resolve.
hold on? Where are you even going to put the second tree, Nim?
I was gonna put it here.
There's no space. The first tree was already big enough. Assuming you're going to put that tree with a bag of colding here,
You understand?
we don't have room for a second tree.
You know,
begins to realize my backyard cannot support 2 trees. This might have been a good compromise.
You know, I am not Celestians, but I don't think putting 2 trees right next to each other, 2 fast-growing trees right next to each other, sounded like a good idea. In the
I have a
first,
cat tree.
Nim, as your legal advisor, I say take the 1,000 platinum from Locket and just plant the new tree. As your legal advisor, this is my advice.
Fine. But he also has to help me get the tree in. The new one.
Deal. I can help with that, Nim.
Alright, Nim is adding
As
1,000
Markov,
platinum to his inventory.
As
Add what?
Markov. Yeah, it was split amongst you both.
Yeah.
Well, except that Cray suggested Nim take the 1,000 platinum, so Nim is taking all 1,000.
Right, but I legal fees.
Now you charge him your legal fees.
Yeah, no, that's how this works. As your legal advisor, I suggest you take the money. Now that you've taken the money, legally
Now you've taken the money. Give me my
for
pay.
legally advising you.
Okay.
Markov, I think you paid too much money for this.
I know I did. It just needed to stop that.
I just needed it to stop.
Markov, do you have a problem? Do you have some sort of problem when it comes to keeping your money?
No, why?
Because just tossing 1,000 platinum away like that is
I still have a lot of platinum.
It's kind of a bad sign.
Still have a lot of platinum.
How much?
3,750.
How much was the original amount
Wasn't
we
it
got?
4,000?
Hold on. How
No,
did
wait.
you? Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, it should
Actually,
be 4,750.
Yeah, no, we also have to deduct the... Okay, that was deducted because that was 1,000 gold for the bomb.
That's only 100 platinum.
Yeah, okay. So, still good.
Okay.
So does Nim give Cray 500 of the platinum?
Is Cray asking for legal fees?
Yeah, he's asking for his 500 because.
Why would you get 500? You told me I get the 1,000.
He said 1,000 split between us. Also, that would be the legal fee. Generally speaking,
Half?
it's 40 to 50%. Usually, yes, actually.
Fine.
Oh, what happened?
We lost someone.
Oh, we lost...
We lost the DM.
Not again!
Oh no.
Did you did say that? Did
Wasn't-
He
Did you
might
say
have
that?
lost power.
He came
I
back.
know that or internet.
He was on his phone, like, or maybe. The quality of his microphone kind of dipped.
Well, I guess
I'm
at the
sure he
moment this
will
has
be
all
back,
been kind
though.
of inter-character, so I think we're fine for the moment.
Yeah,
We can,
we can just continue.
yeah,
It'll be
for the
fine.
moment at least. Let's see if he pops back.
Yeah.
So, did Nim agree or did he not agree?
He agreed under protest.
All right. Cray doesn't matter if he protests.
He just wished for it to be noted that he is protesting it.
He softly nods and says, "Duly noted."
No pepper.
And Cray just silently thinks to himself that he is glad that Nim did not put up much of a fight because, legally speaking, there was no contract, so this is all bullshit.
Oh, yeah, no, it was entirely... yeah, no.
Yeah, I kept that in mind for Nim's rather gullible nature.
To be fair, he could have argued that this is a social or verbal contract, but that's like literally all the legal footing he has. I like law too much. It's one of my favorite hobbies.
I do too. Well, I have a love-hate relationship
With
law. I've
What's the
studied a
hate
lot
part?
of, mostly antiquated laws. Like copyright law as a whole.
I just watch a lot of Legal Eagle and get a very good sense of how the standings go. Like you like legitimately learn a lot about U.S. law from Legal Eagle.
All right.
Interesting.
From what?
Legal Eagle.
Legal.
Legal Eagle.
Oh, Legal Eagle. My bad.
Yes.
When it comes,
He's a YouTuber, and he's also on Curiosity Stream.
Okay.
when it comes to legalese, the only thing I know is the Phoenix Wright series.
Is the what series?
The Phoenix Wright series. Ace Attorney.
Phoenix
Oh
Wright.
yeah, and there's a lot of legal proceedings that are not accurate to U.S. law on that, mainly because it's I don't know how Japanese law functions.
The Ace Attorney series is explicitly a parody of Japanese law.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is not meant to look like the US. It is such a,
It's to be fair, there are some things Ace Attorney gets right that like is also U.S. law approved, but at the same time, most of it is like closer to Japanese law and their courtroom proceedings. But on top of that, I assume most of that is also wrong for the sake of accessibility.
It is, although the whole thing about prosecutors having a much easier time than the other side is pretty much true. At least when the Ace Attorney games came out, I'm not sure if it's still like that nowadays.
I know in the U.S. that's not true because in the United States, there's like both parties get full access to information. Like nobody surprises anyone in U.S. law, or at least they shouldn't anymore. By modern standards.
It happens sometimes, but yeah, the U.S. system is supposed to be like is supposed to be like that.
You can't like call a surprise witness. Like that witness needs to be approved by the board and examined and needs to have some form of relevance to the case, etc., etc.
I did saw a case where the prosecutor got one piece of evidence and then the what is the other side called? The defense got a modified version of it. So that's why I'm saying that while it's not supposed to be that way, it sometimes happens. it got that thing got corrected, but
I mean, yeah, that just sounds like a clerical error, and in such a case, they would need to re-examine the evidence.
Yeah.
To affirm correctness.
Yeah.
And to make sure there's no tampering of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, someone would be held in contempt of court.
Mm-hmm. I don't wonder what happened to DG. Did he really lose power?
Potentially, if he lost power, then he's just.
Yeah, I sent him a Discord message and I haven't got anything back yet.
Hopefully, he's got mobile. Anyways, we've split the golds, platinum, really. So now what?
Have you guys decided what tree you're gonna get? I was thinking cherry blossom.
Oh, the same type.
It's the same tree. He has it in his bag of colding.
Oh,
no, it's a different version of this tree.
Okay, so I'm going to be helping you put that tree into the ground. Okay.
Right. Yes, the exact same tree. Good luck with that.
I thought we were going tree chopping.
Honestly, it would have been. It probably would have been easier if it weren't for the grass that's consistently growing now and dying and growing and dying.
There's also a big crater where the tree used to be, so that's another problem.
Well, no, that's not a problem. That's where the tree goes.
We're gonna need some ground to cover that when we put the tree.
Oh yeah, to cover the roots, yeah, because he took a lot of the dirt with it. So yes.
Yeah.
It was just like, this is mine now, literally, and then left.
Relo shows up, takes the tree, refuses to elaborate, and leaves.
I'm not gonna die for a tree, Graham. God. Like I said, I want that on a shirt. I will actually pay money for that. I will wear that proudly at my work.
I did not consent through inaction. I just literally couldn't do anything.
The way Moriarty said it was just priceless, honestly. The intonation of his voice, it was chef kiss.
You gotta respond with the proper level of emotions. I was honestly, I'm glad hearing the playback of that it didn't come across too loud, because I was kind of screaming into my mic and I was a little scared that I was gonna like blow out the mic or something.
Oh, like no, it came out like so. I have everyone like adjusted it so everyone sounds the same, and it just sounded so good on my end.
So good.
So good. It was.
Did I go a little bit Xbox microphone?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not my Xbox microphone.
I feel like if it went a little bit Xbox microphone, that would have made it like that much better. Just like a little too much reverb. I'm not gonna die for a tree.
Good stuff.
Just lean in real close to the microphone, like I'm not gonna die for a tree, Graham.
That's also good too.
I have a really good time in these games.
This I'm gonna be honest. This Wednesday game is even more. I feel like has more yet also less direction than the previous Wednesday game, but it's so much more fun because I don't think we care. I don't think anyone here cares.
We have the story. The story has a little bit more direction. As far as us still getting sidetracked by everything that flutters past our eyes, that's still the same.
Yeah, that is a problem, but we're having fun, so I guess.
Yeah, no. I was thinking this the other day. We're almost at our 1-year mark of this campaign. Isn't that exciting?
Actually, yeah.
Because then we start back in like
how long
early
has
March.
it been in character?
I think maybe 1 year of this group, but I definitely don't think it's been 1 year since.
Oh no, in this group though, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like this group has known each other 3 or 4 weeks.
Yeah, I think it's only been at most 2 months of in-game time that have gone by.
Okay, so think of everything we've done. The first day we met, we cleared out some goblins
from a tavern.
Then the second day, we knew each other. We were investing the sewers.
By the third day,
with
we
these
were
weird
basically
guildless,
Yeah.
they're like guildless raiders or whatever.
by the end of week 1, we'd uncovered a conspiracy against the city.
Yeah, like literally by the end of week 1, we knew about the orbs and we're like actively seeking the orbs.
Trying internally. As we couldn't trust even our own guilds.
Yeah. No. I think it's literally been less than a month that we've all known each other.
My guild scares me about when I talk about mana pieces.
I can accept it being about 2 months.
Things have a
I honestly think it's been less than a month though. Like,
nah, I think
just thinking about the time frames.
I think it's been like 2 months or so.
2 months sounds about right. Like, even like a month and a half, maybe.
But that's the thing, though. I don't think that's how our time has progressed. Like, I'm literally thinking back through all of the time of all the things we did, and like we haven't had weeks of downtime. It's literally just been like one thing after another after another.
We
and like
not
basically
wrong.
every day the closest thing we had to like a week of downtime were the 3 days in which we had the trial from Raylel.
Wait, how long did it?
And then at the end of that, like 3 days, we also had to do the convoy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how long did it take for us to convoy?
So the biggest thing that most tabletop games pass time with is traveling. We don't really do that. Everything we're doing is right here in this in the city.
That's the thing is like the Ravnica is advanced enough to the point of we have like trams and stuff. So the traveling that a normal party would take, we literally just like get on the tram and we're there in a few hours, where a normal party would take several days of travel.
Or teleport circles.
Yeah, well, we don't really use teleport circles that much.
We have Nim for
ourselves.
that now.
But like we have ways of transport accessible to us that we can basically be somewhere in just a few hours. Be it giant turtle or tube.
Or Nim inviting us now.
Yes, now we can just teleport to Nim.
Nim
If he
is just a
thinks to
singularity.
invite you.
Yeah, Nim is just a singularity now.
Though that's gonna be really good for like actually getting the party together. Like actually,
Oh
like
yeah,
when you
no,
think about that.
we need that. We need that.
Because the party splits up so much, so now Nim can just be like, everyone to me! And then everyone is like, well, here's the door.
And
I
meanwhile,
guess I'm
Nib
going.
is sitting on the edge of a cliff, and the door opens out off of the edge, and everybody walks through and just falls.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you open the door and you can see outside of it.
Yeah.
So we can open the door and see if there's danger or not. So if Nim's like in the middle of getting shot by like 100 dudes, we just open the door, just watch Nim get murdered, and then slowly close the door.
Man, here's the thing. I was imagining like this Marvel Endgame scene where everyone's just coming out of the portal. No, it's just us. Just no, not today.
We're just looking through the portal. We see Thanos standing there, and we're just like, nah.
No, not Thanos. Alan, the big bad evil guy from this campaign.
Oh yeah, Alan.
How dare you say his name?
We're not saying his name. We're saying Alan. His real name is Alanth or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, great. Now he's got our scent. Thanks.
He's gonna come kill you in real life now. Because you said his name out of character.
Oh, no.
But yeah, we just call him Alan so that we can talk about him in a sense that we can refer to him without actually saying his name.
Yeah.
You're talking about
without
Raywell, right?
You just be like,
No.
that one guy.
No, Alan is a different. Alan is a different.
Alan is like what we think to be the BBEG. He's like a planeswalker who's.
Oh, okay. It's that. Yeah, okay.
Well,
Yeah, that guy.
Like I said, his real name.
BBEG.
We know his real name. His real name is Alanth or something like that.
It was a land, I think.
Aladdin.
Yeah, land.
Which again is really unfortunate because, like, what if someone else has that name and they're just saying it constantly? Like, what does he do? Does he go there and just kill them? He's like, there can only be one.
Possibly, but he's also aware
He's
of
that
who's
petty.
saying his name and where they're saying it at.
Okay,
so-
if they're aware of that, if he's aware of that, then he's like, oh, Little Miss Margaret over at 37th Street isn't gonna like.
It might
bother
also
anyone.
extend it might also possibly extend to he might possibly be able to like it might only be like if you're talking about him specifically, because usually whenever you say someone's actual name, you're usually thinking of them. So
Yeah.
Now I know precisely how Nim is going to prove that he's not been crazy this entire time.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
He is
Nim
going
was
to
crazy.
planeswalk to Mole Master and drag all of you with him.
but you can't drag us with you. You have to
Technically,
you can.
With the summon thing, I can force people to come.
I'm pretty sure that just creates a copy of us. It doesn't actually drag the real us there.
Yeah, it does.
We're gonna have to talk to Digi on that one.
Why would there be a... Okay, so are you saying there's 2 grams right now because you came through the portal thing?
No, I'm saying if you use like the planeswalker summoning ability.
The
Imagine
mana
2
one.
Markovs.
No, what Nim is trying to. What
No,
Nim is trying.
the mana one you can't force us to go.
Yes,
I'm
I
pretty
can.
Sure. Really?
That is a mechanic with a high enough intelligence check. I can force somebody, but that's not something Nim would do unless dire circumstances.
My name is.
See then.
What? But but the party doesn't think you're crazy anymore. We have been desensitized to planeswalking by now.
That is
Still
very
wants to
true.
prove that Mole Master exists to you all. So
Or at
we're
least-
gonna go have a beach episode because Mole Master's right on the coast of a sea. So you know we're gonna have a beach episode over there.
Or rather,
Finally, Markov can use his two-piece bikini.
or rather not, or rather not, or rather
Graham
not
will just be
desensitized.
like, you know, there's a beach here, right?
Or rather not desensitized, but we accept the concept. And yeah, shouldn't there be a beach somewhere in Africa? There has to be water.
Ravnica is basically just think of it like Earth, but every single inch of it is basically part of the city. A forest is just a park.
That is really
Okay,
neat.
let's find a map of Ravnica.
Beer back.
I don't know if such a thing exists.
Beer back a moment.
Multiple
Literally
things.
I think you might be able to find a map of a district, but not all of Ravnica. A map of all of Ravnica, I don't know what it would look like.
Cat, no, don't go up there.
We've got a map of the 10th district. I don't know which district is the 10th district, but there's a map of... Oh, it looks like it's Selesnya by its construction.
So what you're saying is you actually want to find Google Ravnica.
Yes, Google Ravnica.
Mind that a single district is basically like a small country, I do believe.
So yeah, there is no map of Ravnica.
Which honestly makes sense.
But there is a map for the 10th district, which is apparently what you're typically in.
Yes. I don't know. I forget how many districts there are in Ravnica.
I found Precinct 1.
Ravnica has rooftop pools.
Ravnica
Ooh,
has
that-
rooftop rules.
Rooftop pools.
Oh. Wait, so Markov could have been a roofer?
You could have been a lot of things.
Yeah. Yeah.
Chamber... The 10th district has the Chamber of the Guild Sec, Plaza Avenue, 10th district Plaza, Orshova. Oh, it has the Oh, then the 10th district is Orzhov.
So yeah, I am looking all over the place, but not finding any official maps of the entire world. It looks like the only map we have is the 10th district.
Which was provided in the Ravnica
In the book.
book. Yeah.
It's a kind of
There
cool...
also is a greater breakdown of some of the precincts in the book as well, it looks like. But the precincts are just sections of the 10th district.
Yeah, I
I'm
think,
posting
like I said,
this
I
in
think a
tabletop image for you all to see.
Yeah,
So we
I think a
probably
district
should
is the
figure out-
equivalent of a country.
We probably should figure out where, like, start using this map instead of just this kind of mental one we've got.
Well, the problem kind of lies in the fact that we are literally going from... We're traversing through different districts, and this is only one district.
Fair.
But it does give you a pretty good idea of how Ravnica's kind of...
Oh yeah,
Well-
absolutely. Like the fact that this entire district is a massive map.
It's
Yeah.
huge.
Like I said, I think a district is basically just a small country, basically.
I honestly thought it was a town.
And to be honest, what we've been doing thus far has been fine. I personally think it's fine.
Mm-hmm. It's not bad at all.
Like, yeah, a map would be
But I want
helpful,
to go
but
to
Ravnica...
Beasthaven.
Then go to Beasthaven.
Also, it looks like the Trans Guild Promenade is literally just a street that goes through everything.
Yes.
There's no actual, buildings. It looks like it's mostly a skyway.
Well, that's the art of the Transguild Promenade from the Transguild Promenade card, I assume, talking about.
I'm talking about
But
that
also-
map that I just shared. It's got the Transguild Promenade over top of this sky bridge, and then
I
if
see
you
it leading
follow
into
that, you
I
can.
see it leading to an actual road, though.
I see it as a road, and there's another marker of the Transguild Promenade along on top of that same road. It goes through Sunhome. It looks like it goes through 10th District Plaza, and then continues on going off into the DC.
Oh yeah, because that's kind of what the Transguild Promenade is it's a central hub, and then it's basically a series of highways that go through the districts, which is how you get from one district to another quickly.
So if you live on the Transguild Promenade, it just means you live within very close proximity to that highway, basically.
Or at that sort of central hub.
Yeah.
Because I know that I'm pretty sure the Transguild Promenade has like a sort of hub area.
I think that's what the plazas are.
I'm back. What did I miss?
No, but I think what I'm saying is I think there's like one sort of central plaza that's basically a non-district zone. That's just the Transguild Promenade.
Yeah.
Well, it's almost like a mini New York City or what have you.
I think you're right. I think I've seen that on a card somewhere. Possibly.
But it also is the highway to everywhere.
Indeed it is.
From my understanding, at least. But let me find. Let me pull up the wiki for it.
Interesting. I like it.
But yeah, no, it's a massive, massive road.
Massive.
Like, it's bigger than most of the buildings, as you can see.
Its purpose is for when you've got 10 guilds and they each have a area that is the size of a country, you need your Autobahn.
It's a huge tract of land.
Yeah.
Hold on.
At least you never have to worry about traffic because it's so goddamn massive. Unless someone's purposely blocking it off, which would be weird.
Feel the backhand of justice!
What?
Karma, that is just evil.
What did he do?
Am I dying? I don't want to die yet.
Well, he redeemed a gamer-breaking influence.
What is it?
I'm not... that is for the DM to know.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Also, hey, and speaking of, did you just came back?
They knew.
Yay!
Somewhat. Hello.
Welcome
Hello.
back.
I'm sort of back.
What happened?
One of my parents is a bit ballistic about feeding at the moment, since we need a plumber back at the house, but it's not in presentable condition, even though he's already been inside.
Ooh.
Oh.
So they dragged you away to go clean?
Yes, I'm still technically on the clock, but I believe there is a spot that I could be cleaning where I can still engage with everyone.
Okay,
Oh,
well
geez.
then we are going to try and plant the trees since you're here now.
So that's the choice everyone has made.
Yep,
The bag of holding is still sealed.
not the bag of colding, the saddle pack.
You're planting the whole saddlebag.
Notably,
No.
Markov paid me and Nim 500 platinum so that Nim would not care about Raylo having taken the tree. That should be mentioned.
Oh, Nim still
I see.
cares, but he's not going to sue.
You
Very
know,
well.
something just came to my mind. Raylo did just took that tree because they couldn't exist in Ravnica at the same time, or so he says. We don't know if he has gotten rid of the other tree yet. We should probably confirm that before we even attempt to do this.
Nim is trying to get the... Okay, so, Digi. The saddle pack. It's sort of like a bag of holding, okay? It is what allows him to pop things in and out of his inventory. Because, no thumbs. You there, Digi? I think we lost Digi again.
No.
Oh no.
This is unfortunate.
I was trying.
Digi, you
Well,
are
I did-
muted.
Also, it's like 11 o'clock for wherever he lives. Why are they making him clean?
Seriously.
Sometimes parents are just like that.
I mean, I
know.
vacuum at 2 a.m.
Who?
So you're planting a new apple then?
Okay.
No, we're planting the tree.
The one
Yeah.
inside the saddlebag.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. It's very firmly rooted inside the saddlebag, and the opening for the others is still very much sealed.
He's saying there's some dimensional fuckery in your pocket dimension.
You may need some plan to excise this tree, plus the ham from your bag.
Alright. Arcana check. I got a 22. Do I have any ideas on how?
Well, inside the astral plane, you could perfectly put the tree inside it. So, perhaps you could either try to brute force and rip this bag open, making all of its contents leave, or you could try to take it back to the astral plane, open it up, and then just take you and the tree back here.
But he cannot bring, I know! I got an idea. And Nim's
Oh,
gonna
it'd be a
try
tree.
to plane shift back to the astral plane.
Nib, what are you doing?
I do have an update.
Oh? What's
So I
up?
was trying to find more information on the Transguild Promenade, and I ended up on Ravnica's main MTG wiki page. And the Transguild Promenade is indeed mainly just a highway. And what I thought the Transguild Promenade, the hub of the Transguild Promenade is actually just called the Center, or the Center of Ravnica, which is the hub of the great city and entire plane, one of the only exposed area of Ravnica's original surface of any significant size. This site is actually the top of a mountain. At street level, it is flat, solid ground where many important halls and monuments are located.
Ooh.
So we're actually at the center of Ravnica, which is kind of the hub area between districts. And the Transguild Promenade is mainly just a highway, but it is respected as a neutral zone, and it has a lot of trade and commerce buildings that line it. So you'll probably find various stalls, stores, etc., mainly on the Transguild Promenade. But again, the Transguild Promenade is also respected between all guilds as purely neutral ground.
Okay.
Yes.
So, anyways.
So yeah, from now on, we must refer to, I guess, our area as the center, which is a hub and also sort of a neutral zone. There's nothing that says that it's respected as a neutral zone, but it does seem to be like a guildless area.
If it's part of the Transguild Promenade, it probably is considered a neutral zone.
Well, the Transguild Promenade is literally just a highway. It is not the amount of area that I explained it as. It is a very large highway. It's basically a super highway. The only difference is we don't have 80-mile-per-hour cars going down it. We just have people walking in carts because that's all the technology is available at the time. Maybe the occasional street sweeper walking on those weird hydraulic leg things it's got going on. Scuttling on down the street with those big old brushy cleaners.
Give me a perception check, though, Nim.
Okay, based on...
Touch.
Touch.
Correct.
17.
Pulling on this thing, it doesn't feel as strongly rooted as it was before.
Is this before or after he plane shifts?
You've already plane shifted?
He said he was plane shifting back to the Astral Plane, which...
Have you made the concentration? This is before, though.
Okay, well then I guess we can keep trying.
Right. I'm going to need a strength and intelligence check.
Alright, Markov, you got the strength check. Nim will provide the intelligence.
Aye, aye, Captain. Strength save or strength check?
Check.
Gotcha.
Check, very much check.
Oh my god.
Helping.
It's just like, I'm a little tired. I didn't get very much sleep last night.
Show off.
Well then.
It's a check, not a save, Jaffer.
Oh.
Jeez.
Oh boy.
The A team bringing their game.
Mr. +7. Now I'm curious, though. With me as a +2, do I get the highest roll? Of course I do. That's how this works. If you've got a high modifier, you get a low roll.
Yes, I know what the problem is.
Read them off for me if you would be so kind.
Tarracona was trying to pull the bag, not pull the tree out of the bag.
The strength checks for Markov.
Don't break it! I can't replace this!
The strength check for Tarracona was 11. The strength check for Cray was 20.
Not a
My
natural,
word.
not a natural 20, mind you, but 20.
20 total. Yeah.
You are starting to open this. And this time it's like it sucks in air. In great quantities, in fact. In great quantities.
See, Cray, instead of just trying to force it open, uses his staff as a lever.
I mean, that works.
He's
You
working
witness
smarter,
the
not
bag
harder.
Slowly inflate.
Is that supposed to happen?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I assume Cray is holding it open because he was the last check and also the highest check.
I don't remember how bag of holdings inflating like that. What the heck is going on?
Ray continues to hold it open.
Did you?
What happens when it gets to a point where it's just completely full?
It stops sucking air.
All right.
And you can pry it open. It seems like there was a vacuum created inside of it.
Oh.
Sorry.
We know you're sorry.
In that case,
now
it probably
apologize.
It probably wouldn't suck air. It might just like give out like a weird sort of like almost inward, like an implosion almost.
Would you prefer that happen?
I mean, it wouldn't change things much, but it would be like a if it was a vacuum and it suddenly got exposed, it would be like almost like a small burst of air rushing in rather than a slow sucking. But yeah.
No. That's
Wouldn't it?
explosive decompression. Sucking in or through a small hole would actually be a persistent sucking because the only amount of air pressure it has is atmospheric air pressure. It's not going to suddenly increase its pressure.
I guess the question becomes how much pressure there is present.
Okay, back to what is going on.
we were going to go on a tangent about physics.
Yes, we were. So, anyways, we got it open now. Can we get it out?
It's still a little stuck, but you can pull the tree. It feels like it could leave the bag now.
Great. Nim is going to be concentrating on trying to get it to leave.
You got your friends to help you.
You can successfully pull the bag out. You can successfully pull it out of the bag.
Pull the bag out of
Yay!
the bag.
And we got Terracona ready to hold it and put it in position.
With a
It
26 on the strength
starts
check, let's go.
moving away, actually. Like there's a magnetic pull.
Huh?
Does it
Is it being pulled towards the other tree?
I think so.
For the record, Jaffer or Terracona got a 26 on strength check to hold it.
Grasping it, yeah, you have it.
Yeah, it's
That
not going
however,
anywhere.
is slowly snapping off it, snapping away from the roots.
The what?
The ham, on the other hand, is slowly breaking free of the roots.
Wait, there's a ham?
Yes.
Yeah, the hand got inserted into the roots is the whole reason why this whole thing happened in the first place.
Right, I just didn't think that that duplicating the tree also duplicated the ham.
Why not?
I mean, the ham is already
Because the ham is already a quantum. It is a quantum state ham. So therefore,
that's why
it does and doesn't exist.
Explode.
Okay, quickly, get it into the hole.
Okay, Terracona slams the tree into the hole.
Markov, bury it.
Yes. Bury. Okay. And Markov's just gonna start shoving dirt onto the tree.
Filling in the spaces in the hole.
Fill in the little spaces. Not just throwing dirt at the tree.
Okay. And Markov, since you agreed to help with the replanting and stuff, you get to hold it until it stops trying to leave.
Okay.
Now, I will remind you, it was phasing through solid matter beforehand until it was skewered on a powerful magic item.
Wait, what?
The soundtrack right now is perfect. And he's reminding you that the ham phases through solid matter.
AKA, it might just suddenly decide it wants to just phase through Markov because it needs like a magical anchor.
Or face through the ground and just go to wherever it's being pulled towards.
Engelman, use your javelin. Yeah, throw it, shove it through the tree and the ham, and pin them both in place.
What do you think that's going to accomplish?
Lots of things.
I'm not really certain, but I think it'll keep it from leaving.
Actually, you might be right in that regard. Enemy is going to pull out the spirit and impale it into the ground so that he's trying to impale the ham.
No, you gotta do it through both the tree and the ham.
You want me to impale the tree itself, too?
Pin the ham to the tree.
Okay.
Why does the ham need to be in the tree again?
Because the tree is feeding off of the ham.
How do you know?
Because it grew into other dimensions.
I think that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
It needs food. This ham just keeps on growing. So I figure hopefully they cancel each other out and we just have a big lump of ham that is down there forever, and the tree just gets to keep eating from it forever.
But then the tree would eventually get too big.
And what if that's not the case and something else happens, Nim? Do you ever think of that by any chance?
What else would happen?
I don't know.
Markov stuck here holding a tree down for the rest of his life. That could happen.
You don't realize you don't know the properties of the ham or whether it's magical or not, and you know how volatile magic can be, especially when you don't know about it. That thing could explode at any moment for all we know.
Well, yes, but if you're gonna sit there and live life based on what could happen, a meteor could just randomly fall from the heavens and crush you. Do not get
me that logic, Name. There's a difference between being paranoid and being skeptical.
He does have a point. He's worried about something that's actively here and not something that just simply could happen randomly.
I mean, he just said that it could explode.
It could.
He's saying that the very obviously insanely powerful magical ham is potentially dangerous, is what he's trying to get at.
Yes.
And what
this ham that we know nothing about, and I don't even know why it's a ham.
This thing just got given to us by some, I don't know, maybe it was a planeswalker or something, but somebody just ripped open a space in the middle of the room and just tossed it onto the table. We have no idea what this thing is.
So, someone you don't know gave you something that has strange properties that you can't quantify, or you have not quantified yet, and you simply want to trust this explicitly.
Fun group. As Markov sits there, still holding down the tree.
Do you understand the logic of your compatriots, Nim?
Well, sure. I was just trying to stop it from growing and growing and growing, which is what it was doing.
Right, but how do you know that this is doing that?
And how do you know that this is not going to cause more problems than it is fixing that?
How do we know that it's not supposed to grow?
Well, do you have a suggestion then?
We find somebody who can figure this out, like somebody from the ISID.
From that guild?
No.
As much as I hate to admit it, Rayla may be the one who knows the most about it. He seemed rather knowledgeable when he came here.
It doesn't have to be Raylo, but somebody on his same level could be. Although finding somebody on his same level is a feat in and of itself, since they're all with Initiative at the moment,
I say
Except-
Raylo.
except for him.
To be fair,
Oh.
Raylel is the one individual reference that we do actively have and would be able to give us the answers the quickest.
Yeah, that is sadly the case.
Unless you have someone else who has knowledge. I suppose I could do some research and see if there's anyone else who studied this topic. But then again, I don't even know if time is of the essence or not.
Graham
If
will
we
be
had
like,
time to sit around and study.
I'm just gonna go talk to Raylel. This seems like the most the easiest thing to go for
You
this
already
information.
left. You're not even here dealing with all this.
Yeah, I am gonna follow Graham. I'm gonna follow Graham in this regard.
Graham had already left
Oh,
before we started opening or getting this in here and stuff.
Yeah, Graham said he was going back to training.
Okay, never mind then. Okay, then. Yeah,
So Elman can choose to go see Raylel by himself. I would suggest he take Markov. Go figure out the situation with things. If this turns out to be dire, call us on the Marten phone. If not, though, I suppose the best thing I can do is go do some research at the library and see if there's anyone else who studied this who Nim will not want to kill.
Can he call you on the Marten phone, though?
Okay,
Indeed.
so one thing. Do you have any magical artifacts?
Who, me?
Yes.
No.
I was just saying, because if they have seem to have been pulling away, and that thing can phase through solid things. So if that thing like faces out on the ground, you could anchor it with something magical.
What happens if you stab it with your trident?
It will probably stay there, but
That's probably the best thing then, especially because it'll leave your hands free from that weird curse thing.
Well, the thing was useful, but I suppose for now, until we figure this out, is the best solution.
I assume it was useful until such a point where you were probably trying to do damage. Unless you have you never tried to do damage in all of the combat that we've been in? Have you literally just been trying to heal people?
No, I can still use a one-handed spear. I'm just not able to use my glaives. I can use one-handed polearms on the other arm.
So wait, you're telling me that whenever Elman goes into battle, he's just one-handing a trident and then just one-handing a spear?
Yes.
Oh my
Pretty much.
god.
Pretty much.
That is terribly inefficient.
I know.
It's because if he doesn't, then he can't equip anything else until he uses
Right,
the
yeah.
spear
No,
up.
I understand the logic behind it, but like the fact that you've just been going with this is terribly inefficient.
The spear is actually useful, though. I can heal people with smites with it.
There was one case where you did see Raylel get really hurt, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Elami is going to go ahead and...
It was when Golkasa threw a piece of concrete at him.
Yeah. Okay. Elami is going to go ahead and impale the healing javelin onto the ground, hitting the ham, so that it doesn't try and phase through stuff.
Does this work?
Did you?
What are you doing again?
I am
turning up the volume now.
I am impaling the ham that's on the ground. That's on the
The
ground.
tree and the ham.
No, just the ham. Just the
With
ham.
your special javelin.
Yeah. I'm impaling it, so just
The ham is easy to pierce through. The tree, yeah, you might need to put a bit more force behind it to get it really stuck in there. Give me a strength check.
Nim was going to suggest, Terracona help with that, but nobody
he can't.
wants his
I'm the only one that
You lodge it inside the tree, and they are quite thoroughly anchored to one another. However, the tree really takes to your javelin, and you find it has sucked out every charge of it.
You are now free to unequip it.
Oh? Hey, I don't
Dang,
feel
that tree was needing health badly.
the curse in my hand anymore. Yeah.
No, what
the-
you're
the way-
saying is that my suggestion of pinning the ham to the tree with that spear was a good one, huh?
Yes.
Nim will snort and nod and kind of stalk off to the kitchen.
However, there is one other observable effect.
Hmm.
The spear or special javelin is spreading a few branches.
It's what?
Hmm?
The javelin's starting to spread some branches.
Ah?
The tree is growing significantly more rapidly.
Okay, this is new. I am gonna go ahead. Marco, can you please
Oh yeah, that was the whole point of the javelin, was to stab the tree with it. But we never did that, and now he's doing that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure if Element ever put two and two together.
But now it's happening, so
Yeah, no, branches are coming out of the javelin now.
oh,
But we lost that.
maybe. Maybe
Okay.
that's just maybe it's just
The
breaking the
javelin
curse and
makes
giving.
more javelins.
Oh god.
Oh, Cray, you have a javelin tree. Congratulations.
Ah yeah, I'll put it next to the
Apples
fruit tree
now,
that
but
heals
hey,
us.
first javelin.
Element is gonna clap and say, "Okay, I am done with unintended side effects for now." Markov, can you please take me to your guild representative, please?
Okie dokie.
Element,
Well,
Markov, take me to your leader.
Aye, aye, Captain.
is Terracona here?
yes.
Yes.
My friend, could you please watch this and make sure it doesn't destroy my property? He says as he gestures to the javelin, which is now growing.
How would you want me to stop this?
Do you have an axe?
Hello, am I late? Eileen has finally made her way to Cray's house.
Well, yes, the
Oh, hello,
others
what are you doing
are
here?
kind of being weird about all this, but we got the tree out.
What?
Yeah, it's back there.
That's... What have you... And she's going to look at the javelin, and look at the ham, and look at the tree, and then look at him and says, "Okay, but where's the first one?"
The jerk took
Rayla
it.
took it.
He stole it.
Raylil was here.
Yes.
Markov settled out of court on his behalf.
Yes, I did.
Markov and Element are not here.
Do you
Oh,
know what
we
a
are?
singularity
Okay.
event is?
What a what?
Well, when... You know what? It's going to be very difficult to explain. So let's say, Nim, what if there was two of you simultaneously existing in different places? The exact same person, exact same everything.
In the same place?
Sort of. Say one was here and one was in the astral realm, but you both always lived there. Like you were born in both places. Then one goes over to meet the other. That's not supposed to happen because now there's two Nims in one place, but there can only be one Nim. So they get
why?
drawn to each other because that's just how things are.
Well, yeah, of course we'd be drawn to each other. We'd want to have a cook-off and share different recipes from places that we've been to.
No, you get drawn to each other like two magnets. And then you touch each other, and there's a giant reality-rending explosion, and you both die instantly, along with very many other things.
So you're saying that the astral realm is matter and antimatter.
Sorry, what was the last thing you said, Jeffrey?
This is matter and antimatter.
Not quite. See, I'm
I think
suspecting...
this is an in-character explanation for the legendary creatures rule. And for all intents and purposes, we are just all legendary creatures.
Yes. See, it's two versions of the exact same instance. They would treat the other as fundamentally incorrect, and reality would then try to correct this forcefully, since the same existence has run into itself, something that is not supposed to happen.
How do these people know this?
It's probably happened before.
I've been by Raylel for years. I took in certain aspects of his... And she will just stop herself, look away, and then look back at Cray and says, he has destroyed things beforehand using such methods.
This isn't the first Ravnica.
Well,
Oh.
for large experiments, he has to make a contained field. Or else he will get in trouble with Niv Mizzet. He's done an experiment like this on a smaller scale with a lot of effort and recorded the results. This exact situation seems eerily familiar to something he has performed.
It's probably the reason why he himself came when he felt that something like this was about to happen again. I am saying that out of character, by the way.
So, therefore and thusly, I can theorize with some degree of certainty that there would be a lot of death and destruction originating from your backyard.
Cray, are you gonna respond to this? Ah, damn it, he must have stepped away.
Moriarty?
Sorry, I said I would BRB. I'm back. What's up?
Terracona is just dumbfounded by all the information that has been that has been put out.
That's a. Does Terracona know what's going on, or is just hearing bad? Terracona is just hearing bad, so Terracona is going to start hitting the tree with an axe.
Very probably.
As in, like, I will roll for the attack roll against the tree.
Oh dear.
I feel like you don't want to do that.
I mean, by all means, go ahead.
Let's go!
Critical miss.
Terracona, in confusion and fear, revs back that axe swing, and I assume it just goes into the next yard.
Well, that was a critical miss, so I'm going to have to ask you one more attack roll.
Oh wow.
Congratulations! Your blade swings wide and connects with Eileen. It connects with her.
Oh god.
Oh no.
There's an audible gulp.
I mean, roll damage. As she
Are you using a battle axe instead of just like a woodcutting axe? Wait, why are you rolling with a glaive? You're using an axe.
You told him to kill the tree if he got uncomfortable, basically. And that's what
No,
he's
I
doing. He's
told
trying
him to cut the tree down with an axe, and I didn't even say the tree. I was pointing to the
a,
spear.
a glaive is just an axe with a longer handle.
No, a glaive
Well-
is a sword with a longer handle.
Eileen was busy explaining it, so she really didn't see this
My
coming
hamster
as
is
the
getting
glaive
antsy. If we be
connects
adventurers,
with
let
her
us
chest.
adventure.
All right, what was that?
We've got 2 influences, sending them to you now.
All right. Yeah, I'll keep that one too. All right. The blade connects with her, and it knocks her directly into the ground. Like she tumbles and slams.
Oh.
I just imagine she's in that like classic Family Guy position with one arm over her back.
It is quite the pose. However, she will get up, brush herself off, and you notice that there's not so much as a nick in her clothing.
What about her flesh? I'm more concerned about her flesh.
Let us know about the flesh.
I want to see if there's a gaping giant gash through her neck. Her clothes, I don't care about.
There is not.
Okay.
She'll just get up and smooth out her clothes, feeling a bit across her chest, as if checking for something.
She's like, I was
Before-
just stabbed, right?
Well, it was more of a slashing motion where the blade connected it to her chest and basically baseball swings sliced across her.
I'm sorry.
She will then lift her shirt to check on something, and there's a little nick on the flesh underneath. Before she'll pull it back down and says, "Oh, don't worry, I'm very durable."
Frey blushes as she essentially just flashed us.
She didn't seem to think anything of it, but that was exactly the case. However, my pain receptors are firing a little bit. So I needed to make sure it was only a flesh wound and not a fracture.
All right, everyone, take a couple of steps back.
No.
Terracotta's going to swing again at the tree.
No!
Not touch
I'm literally
my
saying
tree!
no.
Nim. A ball sails through the air.
A ball.
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 It is
Just a
small
ball.
and green. It is with a white stripe.
Okay, what does it do?
It soars through the air, bounces against the ground, and comes to a standstill in the grass.
Some kid just threw a ball at you, hoping you would fetch it.
A kid you know, the kid that you know. His name is Red.
Oh, like okay, so some like literally it was a kid. I was just guessing.
It's the kid he almost kidnapped.
Huzzah!
He's peering through the hole in the fence that Raylel made. And his eyes are almost sparkling with expectation. as he has been watching quite the show.
Freya tries to get Terracona's attention to get him to stop attacking the tree.
Nim's a
who
bit too
just-
preoccupied with the wanting the tree to be saved.
Who just appeared?
Red, the kid, the
You're
child.
not here.
Oh,
You
okay.
left.
I know.
So, does a 15 hit the tree?
It does, as an inanimate, as a stationary object. The only way you could have missed was with the crit.
Alright, so that's the hit that would have landed. What happens when Terracona takes a chunk out of the tree?
Are you aiming at the tree in general?
Oh yeah, it's like he did not understand that the difference between cut the spear off and cut the tree down.
I see.
He also got a critical failure when he was trying to understand stuff. I know we don't do critical failures for those, but still, he got a 1.
Yeah, that was I got a 1 for intelligence when trying to figure out this. So it's okay, just cut tree down.
You stab into it, and you do take a good chunk into the tree. It looks like an axe whacked into there, like several times. You are like 1/3 of the way through this tree with a single swing.
I thought this tree was way thicker.
No, it's a sapling.
Well,
You're also
it's
dealing with
about-
someone with extreme strength.
It's
My
about
hamster is getting
5
antsy.
feet tall
If
at
we be
this point.
adventurers, let us adventure.
It's only 5 feet tall, but
However-
that's less impressive.
He was still in the
Another
process of growing.
influence,
Oh,
which
It was still in the
actually, I need to get rid of those still. I will take care of that later tonight.
Zoroark is very interested in this game.
I'm
Terracona,
not-
your weapon's kind of stuck though, as the tree seems to start growing or healing around it.
I'm now kind of
No.
just picturing like a truffula tree.
No, mine. He's going to try and pull it out.
Oh no, the tree's holding your weapon hostage.
Oh no, he's
It's stealing from you.
Terracona!
he's stealing the spears.
It's still stuck.
Mr. Kona?
Hmm?
First things first, cutting the tree down is not going to fix things. Second things second, it might be better if you try to leverage your way, like push in the direct here.
Can Nim
And,
have a
like-
reaction to him hitting the tree in the first place now?
Yes.
Great. Terracona and everybody within 15 feet of Nim needs to make a Constitution saving throw. He is casting Thunder Wave at 3rd level.
Oh no.
Where is Nim in relation to the tree?
He's positioning himself specifically so the tree is not within blast radius.
Okay. So because of that, he's going near the tree to help Terracona try and levy this thing out, so he's not within range.
Well, no, the tree's not in range, but Terracona is. This is specifically for Terracona, but, I can't exactly specify only Terracona with this.
It's just angriest of doggo yells.
Basically. A
Have you
very
seen the movie-
angry howl.
I mean, I
Zim-
guess
Zim-
at that point,
Have you seen the movie Bolt?
Yes, I have seen Bolt. He's doing
Is that
doing
what
a
you're
super
doing?
bark. Yes.
okay. Then,
I was
then
tempted
I guess
to
the
rename Thunderwave to Super Bark.
The only question here then is positioning, because Cray may or may not be within the 15 feet, dependent
Most
on...
likely he is, and Eileen definitely would be.
If you're right next to the tree helping Terracona, you're probably in the range, sadly.
Should I roll a percentile? Or something? I don't know.
Yeah, just accept you're in range and see what happens.
Why not? What was the save?
Con
Position.
save.
God's... Oh, boy. Let's go. Hey! There's an 18.
Okay.
There's an 18.
Yes, that passes. Not that.
I take half damage then?
You take half damage of that. Terracona would take full because he did not pass, and Terracona is pushed 10 feet away from Nim. In a direction away from Nim.
And
And then, of
incidentally,
course-
the tree.
Yeah, incidentally as
And-
well, the tree.
Eileen,
23
If I'm
would round
holding
down
onto
to be 11.
my,
That does not
Eileen's
affect
con save
anything.
was a 16.
If it's a DC was 15,
Ah, so then she passed.
so she only
Takes 11
takes
damage.
half. Also, any unsecured objects within the area of effect are also thrown away 10 feet. And the boom from this can be heard out to 300 feet.
Depending on how far away Markov and Elaming are, they may have heard it.
Graham starts walking faster.
Cray puts a hand on his hat so it does not get blown away.
300 feet is not that far.
I was
Okay.
just making a joke.
So if Terracona was holding onto his glaive when he got super barked, did the glaive pop out and come with him, or did he lose his grip on it?
He would have lost his grip, most likely. Because that would
Question
kind of
for
be
DM.
presumed as part of the con save.
Let's...
Eileen's brushing herself off again and said,
Is grip part of the con save, or is grip like a different save? Like an athletics check almost?
Well, the con save is to resist being thrown back. So if you fail it, then you're getting thrown back.
Right, but if you're holding an item while you get thrown back, then
Yeah,
the question
the question
becomes...
does the item come with me, or did I lose my grip on the item?
Or did the
So
item,
Because
that
the
point-
item
did
is
the shaft
embedded
break?
inside of the tree.
Or did the
I
shaft
lost
break?
my- I lost
an
my grip on
athletics check since you're being pushed back while holding it. With the spell's effect and your grip, since the spell can push that much weight, it was initially stuck fast, but since it can push you, that's a lot of force behind it. Your glaive comes free within your grip. However, it leaves with you.
Ew. I'll pick my glaive back up. I'm like, what's the big idea? By the way, I just posted in chat how heavy Terracona actually is.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's what I figured. You
You
are
thick boy.
Also, what-
so much.
Also, what was Eileen's reaction? You were trying
No,
to...
I'm getting hit quite a lot lately. One more attempt, and I may be compelled to retaliate.
Just don't retaliate against me.
I
Okay,
shall operate by the 3 strikes rule.
okay, and so Terracona just said, what's the big idea to Nim?
Stop damaging my tree!
Told that this tree would destroy everything, so I'm fixing it.
You're not fixing my tree!
Also, it's not that this tree would destroy everything, it's that the two trees, if they ever got combined would destroy everything. And they seem to have some form of natural pull to each other.
Yes.
Okay, so chop down the other tree? The Terracotta's going to start
Yes.
walking over towards the other tree.
There is no other
It has
tree.
been taken by Raylel. However, it was being magnetized in that direction.
Okay.
You can tell which way the tree wants to go.
There
Okay,
is
so
a pull up from the branches.
It is, yeah, I was about to say, is that Terracotta's just going to snap a
Is the
branch off,
pull
like use that
towards
as a
or
base
away
to lodge?
from Cray's house? Because eventually, if the tree keeps growing with this pull, it might just grow through Cray's house.
It
And
is
then
pulling away.
Cray tries to walk up to Terracona, like waving his hands, like, no. Raylel took the other tree to destroy it. So the other tree has been taken by Raylel for that purpose. I think he's taking care of it.
Oh, the
Also,
sun!
he never said he was going to destroy it. He said he was going to experiment on it.
Did he?
No, he said destroy it. Take care of it.
And then
He
he
said
said
he-
he'd get rid of it when
he said he may need to destroy it, which
Ah.
probably implies that he likely will, given his knowledge of such things.
Mm-hmm.
Also, would Terracona know the difference? If you said he's going to destroy it, that's it. No sense motive check. Terracona believes that. So you could be outright lying to Terracona's face, and it's still going to work.
Oh, he's. I mean, I don't have to be lying. That is the fact, or at least as far as Cray remembers, he said he was going to destroy it. So, Cray's being truthful as far as he can tell. So we already have someone destroying it. We just need. He just needs to do it. With that said, we still have the problem of this ham thing. And for that, I need to go do some research. Now, if everyone's done trying to destroy trees on my property, I'm going to go and try to study these things. Is there anyone to contest me from doing so? He looks at Terracona, he looks at Nim,
He looks
he looks at Eileen.
No.
By the way, what was Eileen again? Was she like a fawn or something?
No, she is in fact a human.
Okay, she's just a regular human, okay.
However, she has feathers instead of a face, and seems to be wearing some sort of veil over her face to try to obscure that fact.
What do you mean she has feathers instead of a face?
Well, Graham exposed her face when she was previously wearing a mask. However, she has no face. It is a blank, featureless slate that is coated in feathers. He tried to peer behind the feathers and found nothing.
I feel like that's not human then.
I mean,
Well, he is otherwise seemingly perfectly human in every other attribute.
Also, we established that she's some sort
Minus the gears in the back of her head.
Also, we established that she's a reanimated corpse.
Right. Oh, for some odd reason I was thinking of the guild representative.
No. This is the same group that has the shark with a million mouths.
Yeah, them. Yeah. I know who we're talking about now, which now it makes a lot more sense. For a second, I thought we were talking about the Selesnya guild rep.
Yeah, you thought Graham's
That's Elena.
Elena, yeah.
Okay, they have similar names. That's why you got
Exactly.
confused.
Elaine, Elena, literally the difference being in A.
Yes.
Eileen and Elena.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it was Marilyn.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking it because Elena is still actively in the Selesnya. She is a doctor.
Ah, yes.
Wait, wasn't Elena?
She's not officially left yet because they don't know she's one of them. Elena was the vampire lady.
Ah, yes, I remember her now. Yeah,
who
Marilyn.
is still a part of the Celestia. Because she's not done anything that they know of.
Fair. Yeah, Marilyn is Graham's guild representative who's really who has problems keeping her temper. And
Tanya.
Well, okay.
Tanya is the wolf who has trouble keeping her temper. However, Marilyn also has some troubles with that.
Yeah.
Seeing as how she slammed Zevran's face into a table during a meeting.
Yeah. And she's also really nervous because all this stuff's happening, which honestly, that's completely fair.
She was a little mad about being killed.
Yes.
I would be mad about the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I guess nobody's stopping Cray from going to investigate.
Right. Yes, I'm going. Well, I'm going to the library to see whatever I can find about this weird ham thing.
And Elaming and Markov are going to Raylo for the exact same thing.
Because Raylil is an actual reference, and Cray is just trying to find something that won't make Nim entirely angry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Terracona is just with Nim now.
My hamster is getting antsy. If we be adventurers, let us adventure.
No, I'm not certain what these influences are, but I keep hearing them, and I'm getting scared.
Don't worry, it's only your doom.
That one was not actually an influence, just the...
What do you mean? That's an influence sound. I know all them all.
Yes, but they can play the sound effect even if they don't redeem one.
Ah.
Oh, that's terrifying.
So now they can just make me paranoid.
Yes.
That's what the audience does.
Actually, not terribly paranoid, because eventually Nim will have Zim will announce that there has been a thing. And then Digi has to confirm.
Indeed. If I accept it or not. 3 I have accepted.
Okay, there was actually an influence, but all it says is I object, so I'm going to refund it because I have no idea what you're objecting to.
I think he's trying to object to Cray.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't know how.
I asked if anyone objects to me,
Going to the
assuming no
library.
one wants to destroy my property. Does anyone object to me going to the library? It's like me,
Well,
I
as long as I'm
do.
not assaulted again,
A random person shows up. I object.
Cray shoots him in the face and moves on.
Red falls dead.
Gray's just done right now.
Cray ain't having anyone's shit.
Cray just summons a gun.
Nim and Silver are taking up guard positions around the tree and not letting anybody near.
Alright, Nim, do me a favor. If this... How does the spear look, by the way? Because it's been a minute.
It looks like it has fused with the tree.
It's just like a branch on the tree now?
Yes. A very large one.
So it's growing at an alarming pace.
Yes.
Okay. Nim, can you do me a favor?
Depends on what it is.
If this branch gets too big, can you cut it off? Just this branch. This branch is the only one I care about because this branch is the only one that's causing me any concern.
Maybe.
There is a chance that if it grows too big, it may also just uproot the tree and kill it. So that's also a thing for you to consider.
Fine.
He just gives him a nod and then proceeds off to the library.
Okay, out of game, I do gotta go. An hour ago, I got a call from my supervisor wanting me to work a double tomorrow.
Oh,
Nice.
I see.
Yeah.
Good luck to you then.
Will do.
Don't worry, we can do our sim in the parallel if you come next week.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wish you all the best of luck. Good night.
Good night.
Good luck and good night.
Good luck.
Are we continuing or not?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's what Cray's doing. I don't know if Graham, Darkon, and Nim and Silver are going to have anything else going on.
Graham will, whenever Graham finally makes it back to Pluto, he'll just be like, well, I'm sure you'll hear about it.
What? That doesn't sound promising in the slightest.
The wolf almost caused an issue with the some dimensional fuckery.
What?
Yeah, apparently there's this whole quantum ham thing, and then it's the tree is eating the quantum ham, and it grew into different dimensions or planes or whatever the hell have you. And
I
now
don't think
there's
we
two
know
of
the word quantum. I think for all of us, it's just the ham.
I
He's just
adopted.
going to raise a hand. Stop. I don't care enough.
I adopted the ghost ham.
Stop.
The ghost ham. There we go.
Yes, ghost ham. It's gonna be the ultra magic ham.
Ghost ham. Ghost ham. Ghost ham. Ghost ham.
Out of curiosity, this ensemble thing you're part of, what rules do you guys have? Because you clearly need to have some, I would assume, if you want to accomplish anything.
Well, currently it's just a small band of 10 members.
I still feel like if you guys want to accomplish things, you kind of need some rules.
You are correct. We do have them.
I'm kind of curious what the rules for you guys are like.
Well, for starters, we need to assist each other towards our mutual goals, and we have to be clear about these goals. If our feelings towards these goals change, we'll be asked why and what the new goal is then. We each have our own methods, and we can try to convince each other if we feel our goals are skewed.
I'm kind of curious what some of the goals of the ensemble are.
They
Especially
vary
if we're
from
going to be
member to
working. What's your goal then?
I would like more transparency. Guilds can get away with very much, especially when it comes to contracts and signing on. I would like it to be more transparent. I would like things to be better explained to people who are signing on for the first time. What is going to happen before they're thrown into the wild, before they're thrown into this work.
Yeah, I can definitely see that, because I do believe you said you were Orzhov previously.
Yes. However, in my case, they made me an offer I quite literally could not refuse.
Yeah, they like to do that.
Basically, they bought out my family's debt from someone else and offered us a new rate. The original debt would be cut in half, and we were surprised and quite pleased with that. However, an interest rate that should have been compounded annually was compounded daily. What a small change in wording that flew past us.
And now you owe more. Your family owed more money than ever.
After we went to make a monthly attempt at a payment, it had grown so exponentially gigantic. To which they then offered me a deal to take on the brunt of the debt. And in turn, their names would be stricken from the contract. I worked, and then I died, and then I continued working. Until I found a way to finally invalidate that contract in its entirety by making the original contractor sign a new thing with me.
How'd you convince them to do that?
I waited for the right opportunity. When they were about to have a very important conversation with a higher ranking member, and could not afford to be late. However, they were still in a very public setting, in a crowded hallway about to walk into the meeting room. I approached them, pretending to be some other sycophant, and asked him if he was very sure about the deal, could he please sign his name one last time for finality. He looked at me with some disgust and just signed in a very hurried manner, probably thinking this was some other deal.
I hope he got what was coming to him.
Why, he did. My contract was a complete reversal. He was now in debt to me. For a tripled sum. Along with a long series of grievances. I used his money, every bit of it. Because, surprise, surprise, he did have enough to pay as a lump sum, unfortunately. I used it to buy my freedom.
Is this Graham's family?
Graham was like, this wasn't part of my family that did this to you.
No. However, when I tried to run away, they found me and brought me back with all force.
That makes more sense.
Every time I tried to run, no matter what tactics I used, no matter what I did, they'd always be there, literally waiting for me, and asked me if I was done yet.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, you're kind of giving them the middle finger now. Training me.
Yes, and that does bring a smile to my face. Not that
But
you can really tell, but...
You said the ensemble has to make all of their intentions clear. I would really like to know what the other members of the ensemble's goals are. I know you probably don't know their motivations or anything like that, but I'm sure you at least know what they are.
To a certain extent, yes.
But again, I would really like to get to know who we're going to possibly be working with. I'm sure you can understand that.
Yes. Then I suppose I know very easily what Greta's is. She wants to feed everyone. It's not right that in Ravnica, such an abundant, bountiful city where everything could be provided for, literally everyone could have 3 meals a day very easily. So why are people still starving?
They'll be like, that's a good point. I know that, at least in the Selesnya, that's not quite as much of a issue. But I definitely know there's other guilds where that's an issue. Again, the
Yes,
one that comes to mind the most readily is the Orzhov.
white. She blames. She tends to set her sights on the upper crust, saying they want a more luxurious meal, and then take 4 meals a day, leaving the remainder to fight over who will be stuck with 2 meals a day instead.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I find her opinion and her actions ironic and slightly hypocritical when she eats enough food for 10 people.
Her metabolism is rather wild. You can thank the Simic for that one.
But I suppose, I can kind of understand if she's a Simic experiment, but you see what I'm getting at, though, don't you?
No, she is very flawed. We're hoping to find some method to it. However, she can also heal very quickly. She's already got her tail back.
Has she considered a non-meat diet?
She does imbibe in generally whatever's available. However, she's also very hot-headed and eats what she kills.
So, how about the other people?
Eileen would like... Well, I'm not really sure what Eileen's motivations are. Actually, she's just sort of there.
I thought you had to make these motivations clear to be part of this group.
Well, she was the first person to be brought on. I think she simply wanted freedom.
I suppose I can understand that. Probably more so than most people, as you probably know.
Yes, but she also did have very dark thoughts on the leader of the Seekers. I think she's here to fight him for the most part.
Again, I can kind of relate. She does kind of hate planeswalkers, so...
Curious, as she is one.
Well, hate might not be the right word. I think she very specifically mentioned that she's terrified of planeswalkers. And I think she's also terrified of her own power. Again, I also kind of understand where she's coming from with that.
That does seem to be in line with her actions. Eileen, hers is a troublesome story. She lost her body completely. That, what you saw, was the body of the one who assailed her.
That's interesting.
Indeed, she used to be a Simic doctor who wished to gain magic, and then because she wanted to understand why some people have magic and others don't. She imagined it had something to do with something in the blood or some biological factor that generates it.
Well, I think you kind of also, you guys kind of enlightened that Probably through her efforts of understanding mana.
Yes. Then she was assailed by a vampire who attempted to devour her.
How did she turn that around on him?
Zevran appeared, actually, and seemingly began to dissect the vampire's soul with his scythe.
Terrifying.
Indeed, however, as her body was beyond salvage, he transplanted her, is what he said.
I see. What's
So,
Zevran's basically your leader. What's his goal?
I believe he also wishes to fight the Seeker's leader, supposedly because he murdered his sister.
I see.
He's generally all smiles until you mention that topic. Then it feels like my marrow freezes.
It sounds like most of you have actually pretty decent motivations, just maybe not the best methods.
No, we are a hastily made group at the end of the day, brought on by everyone that we felt we could at least rely on, and was not his sycophant in one way or another.
Graham's gonna kind of
Then-
consider some things.
And then there's some of the members you haven't met. But Tanya. Tanya wants less rules, so to say.
Anarchy?
Not so. She very much thinks that people who deserve to get punched should just get punched, instead of hiding behind several miles of bureaucracy and saying, like, well, even if I'm a bad person and everyone knows it, I can pay my way out of this. There's no real repercussions for me, even if I've murdered
So
5
she's
people.
got a problem with the rules because they're being manipulated through corruption.
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
And her time in the Gruul reinforced her ideology, because if someone's an asshole, as she stated, you can just punch them and everyone's cool with it.
Is there anyone who has a harmful goal?
A harmful goal.
Yeah, I mean to like the city as a whole.
Well, Oswald wishes to perform wishes to do a giant performance. But I don't know if that's bad exactly. He wants to make a circus. A circus that is not under the Rakdos' jurisdiction. He wants entertainers to be entertainers without being so deeply involved in blood sports.
I don't really see how that would be an issue.
Surprisingly, Rakdos are very aggressive when it comes to holding their entertainment monopoly.
Oh, I can imagine so. So so basically none of you actually want to destroy the city.
No, not in the slightest. We wish to continue living here. We just want change.
I can understand that. Well, maybe with my experience between 2 guilds and still feeling a little bit like an outsider, maybe I can help you guys, work in harmony with the guilds, because let's face it, the guilds are not going away.
No. That much was obvious. We were working with the Seekers, until he came and turned the group into something it shouldn't have been.
So, how long do you think it'll take me to fully learn the basics of this mana sensitivity and concealment?
You do have an aptitude for this. I believe within the next 3 days you should be able to hide yourself and your mana completely.
That's good. Also, you said you were dead for a little bit and you were part of the Orzhov.
Yes. I was worked to death and then brought back to continue working.
I'm kind of curious what you might have seen that might have been possibly related to the Orzhovs. He gives a glare at the rabbit and then does the "I'm watching you" thing.
The rabbit's looking away like, what are you talking about? Well, the Orzhov certainly have a number of secrets. That they're less inclined to hide once you die, because then you're there for the rest of your eternity, supposedly.
That's obviously not true. Seems you kind of managed to find freedom.
It was a stroke of luck, but I'm quite proud of it, yes. And
Luck or fate, either way, you as long as it happens.
as long as it happened, indeed. Shame my family didn't recognize me right away. Not that I was much to be parental material any longer. I'd grown quite bitter in my time there.
Graham will just kind of give him a sad look. So, do you still talk with your family?
Yes, I do. Even if I'm not much father material any longer, they're still there. It's just awkward. They've it's been years after all.
Hey, at least you're still part of their lives.
Yes.
And not trying to do them harm, which is
No.
more than I can say about my family. Considering that they wanted to use a black shard on me.
I guess there are cases in which family can truly just be despicable.
Luckily, I saw it for as tempting as the power was. I saw it for what it was, a way to, trap me. And got the hell out of there. My only mistake was thinking I could
engage with them at all.
It feels like that sometimes. I can only hope that all of my family isn't like that, but until I see otherwise, I kind of have to assume the worst.
Kanye told me they appeared during that large battle, and then left, without doing anything.
Yeah,
Why?
they were kind of apparently interested in me, which is an unsettling thought, to say the least.
Yes, quite. So, about that stealth training.
Yeah, I should assume that most of my family probably has some. Most of them, or at least anyone of any significant rank, probably has the ability to use or sense mana, since they're kind of helping to keep the secret, so to say.
It is very likely. Since yours
So
are
many
not
questions they
specialists-
could answer that I can't ask. It's kind of a little frustrating. I totally get where you want with this more like openness and the lack of lies. Lies and secrets are what have been getting everyone into so much trouble.
It really is. If people could just understand what they're signing on for, you'd probably get better soldiers and less casualties.
Well, even just take like the planeswalkers and the mana and all these other secrets that guilds are keeping from everyone.
Indeed.
I mean, if we hadn't stumbled across that temple with the and figured out that there was something important in these places, the temples, I can only imagine what could possibly have happened.
Well, we'd have made our entrance regardless, but you would have probably assumed us to be enemies.
Well, anyways, let's get back to this training.
Indeed. I'll make you able to hide even from them.
That'll be very useful. Can only hope my party members are taking this stuff also seriously.
You said they were doing something with Furry.
I honestly, I don't actually think they're taking it seriously. I think the wolf is distracting them.
Oh, I see.
He's a little I don't want to say stupid. Maybe naive. Yeah, naive sounds about right.
I may have to visit them later then.
Anyways, back to training.
And training shall resume.
And now Graham knows a little bit more about them.
Honestly, that was a really nice conversation.
More about the Seekers and the ensemble revealed.
Unfortunately, we can't really do a scene with Elamine because Markov is not here and I'm with him. So we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to leave that for next week.
Yes. So, oops to else. I believe Cray was going to the library. Well, don't all volunteer at once.
Maybe Cray is dead.
Well, there's also Terracona is crazy in this pose.
I'm here.
Last time I did something, I nearly broke the game, so...
You're fine. I'm ready this time. I'm ready.
I don't mind Terracona doing things, if he wants to. Otherwise, Cray is off to the library to learn about Ghost Ham.
Ghost Ham.
You know, when you said to learn about Ghost Ham, it sounds like Ghost Ham is an alias for something else.
I'm just gonna call it Gorilla Cam.
Alternatively, Graham could ask about the other members he's not met yet.
Yeah, no, he's very interested. That's why he's like, we can talk about this, a little bit later, and so we're gonna be training with Pluto for 3 days, so.
Nim can also, I don't know, pee on the tree or something.
Yes.
I'm not sure the possibly semi-sentient tree would appreciate that.
Is the tree sentient?
Possibly it is a pseudo-dryad. It could very well be sentient.
I don't think this tree is sentient.
I think it
Uh,
might
Or if
be.
it is sentient, it really has no way to display that because I don't think it would take kindly to Terracona having slashed at it.
Well, to be
Yep,
fair,
the branches.
it began healing itself as soon as it took damage, so
Also, did try to steal Tarracona's sword.
Glaive
It
is
Not
a
on
sword.
purpose.
Or an
It just
axe.
healed around the sword. I don't know if that was like a willing, knowing action.
But Terracona was rolling with a glaive. It's none of those. It's a polearm.
Picky, picky, picky.
And Eileen's just standing around.
Our community grows.
So is Terracona still there at the tree?
I'm assuming Tarracona's probably still in the area, only if he hasn't gone home.
Why do you have to assume it's your character? You tell us.
I don't know. Sorry. Come back to me later.
Alright.
So what does
Head
Cray
cats.
find in the library?
Actually, Cray, would
Yeah.
you roll me
Yeah.
a perception check?
Oh, what kind?
Vision.
It doesn't matter. I'm pretty sure my
Yeah.
perception is the same.
Also, just a heads up, the Azurius probably have a lot of magic sensitive people because they're very magical as a guild.
I
So.
don't see shit.
Nope, nothing unusual here. Not at all.
Hey, where's my dude?
Your dude?
Yeah, my guy.
Ah,
The one
Mora.
who's at the library.
we sent Mora on a mission, remember?
All right, right. He's doing a thing.
He's infiltrating the Simic.
Well,
To
a
find
particular Simic.
Felix's contact, and then once he's figured
Yeah,
out some stuff, he's gonna be like, "Hey, time to send in the party."
Yeah, we
He's
specifically
less infiltrating the Simic and more investigating a single person.
we specifically didn't do that ourselves because Grant convinced us that we should try and get stronger before we
Training.
keep going. We keep going, yeah.
Yeah.
And most of the party, I mean, all of the party has made progress in that regard.
Actually, Grant would be like, real quick. He'd also ask Pluto if he knows anywhere where the party could do like some combat training, or if the ensemble would be interested in helping them do that.
Well, sure. Actually, now that you mention it, there is one of our members, Ren, who can actually make some remarkable puppets that he can fine tune, so to say. They're very durable. According to Tanya, they are very satisfying to punch.
Yeah, I think some training where a real fight without necessarily the risk of death might be a good way to deal with some of this.
Well, then, yes.
And I'm done with that. Graham has asked the one question I would have liked to ask. So now, Dr. Cray, do the things, Cray. Do all the things.
Yeah,
So,
I'm gonna
we
go
will ask someone
investigate
for-
Ghost Town.
Are you asking another librarian, or are you trying to search for this yourself?
I am a librarian, so yes, I will search for this myself.
things of this topic are in limited supply, so
I
to say.
assumed so.
Possibly in that locked up forbidden section.
You could check there. There might be something.
I'm going to see what's publicly available first.
There are ghost stories, and then there are cookbooks regarding that include ham recipe. Some more pork based than others.
Well, I know this isn't. I'm not Google searching the term ghost ham. I'm looking for paradoxical type things or interplanar type things.
Those are
Maybe
more,
reference ham.
those are more speculative works made by Izits for the most part. But there are some reports on theoretically things that could exist in multiple spaces at a time.
That sounds about up the alley of what we're looking at. So yeah, I'm gonna read that.
The book is written by Raylau.
This one regards a quantum existence from someone you've not heard about.
Like a first-hand experience?
Yes, actually.
Huh.
That through the use of portal manipulation, theoretically, things can exist in multiple places at a time, as during the transportation process for this theoretical portal they've made, there is a method in which a person exists in two places at the same time as they are being transported over and then being reassembled. However, it was noted that the person appeared on the other end before they disappeared on the other side. So it was then theorized that they were being constructed on the other end using the first one as a blueprint, and the second one was being annihilated.
You mean first one?
Yes. The second one, having inherited everything from the original, went about their days seeming to believe that everything was fine.
Does the book detail this teleportation process?
It does not. Only
because this
after
clearly
being
isn't
reported-
Dimension Door.
After their findings were reported, they were asked to leave. They were asked to leave such experimentation to higher level. Is it?
But they were allowed to publish books on it. Very well.
Wait a second.
When and by who was this book written? Hello?
This book was made. Well, the only thing on this actually is what you're assuming is a pseudonym. Mammon.
Go on.
You have to assume that's a pen, or that's some pseudo pen name.
What is it?
Mammon.
Like the demon?
Mamon.
Yeah, like the demon.
Okay, so we'll search up that pen name and look for other works by Mammon. Because if it's a pen name, then there are likely other existing works by them.
There is one more in the public works section, and then 3 more in the restricted section.
What is the book in the public works section?
This book is about an experiment for a human hybrid that would function as intended for all purposes. It was a human plus, so to say.
I don't. Plus what? Just like. You mean like Nekos?
Sort of.
This sounds more like a Simic work than it is at work.
It is, actually.
Oh. Okay, so it's
Mammon
some.
apparently is now writing a report on a Simic work.
Interesting. This is some sort of.
Where 3 people were apparently used as materials and combined.
Oh, the chimeras.
Yes, except these were people. Members of the Simic.
I think I know someone who might know something about Mammon.
Theoretically, or surprisingly, at the end of the report, the person survived.
Well, I
My
would hope
hamster
so.
is getting antsy.
Simic
If we
take
be
good pride in that.
adventurers, let us adventure.
I sent you
Indeed.
a influence.
However, the person then took on the name of Starling and vanished.
I'm gonna put that on a post-it note in my brain. Starling.
I liked it. I have an image of Cray just writing something on an actual like post-it note and then just literally like shoving it through his skull and onto his brain now.
It's like he pulls a post-it note out of like a pocket on his chest. Writes Starling. Starts to stick it sideways into his head, and it just goes and little bit by little bit it just slides in.
That's hilarious.
What was the blueprint of Starling? Like what was the ultimate goal in creation for Starling? Like, did they give
The
him
ultimate
claws?
goal-
Did they give him fur? Does he have weird ears? Is he like 20 feet tall? Are we talking Frankenstein's monster, or are we talking like human centipede?
The traits of 3 different bodies in one stable, functional, still normal-sized body.
So basically, they took all the best traits of the people and just combined them into a singular person. So it's more like a Dragon Ball Z fusion.
What was the written result on the mental state of this cobbled being?
All 3 heads were on the body by the end of the experiment.
Okay, so they made a Cerberus, a human Cerberus.
A human Cerberus, yes. And all 3 heads were conscious and speaking.
And did they maintain their original personalities? I assume so.
Undetermined, but they did seem to be in perfect harmony with one another.
Oh. So they became a strange sort of hive mind of sorts. Interesting.
Does seem to be the case.
Interesting.
Were these
Did they-
willing subjects?
Is there like a blueprint of like the skeletal flesh nervous system or anything like that, and how they hook that up?
Those details are loosely touched upon, but not very much.
My main confusion is the necks. And if, like, this guy has broader shoulders or something to account for the various necks going down into what I assume is a singular spine.
Surprisingly, that does not seem to be the case somehow.
That is not the case?
That does not seem to be the case somehow.
So are, like, two heads just kind of hanging there floppily and one gets to have the neck bones?
No. All three heads from an image that you find are present.
Huh. I mean, no,
The
I know they're
heads are attached
present.
to each other, not by a neck, but just like skull to skull.
Not quite.
No, we'll make this even worse. Their chins are connected to where the middle head's ears should be.
However, an unusual residue was also noted to drip from the heads. Source undetermined.
What was this residue described as? Ichor?
Viscous and different colored per head.
Oh wait, I think I know what it is. Basically, there's like a like rotating face head. Like one skull, three faces on it.
Oh. Yeah.
Ugh. Rotating face head.
Where was this fluid stated to be emanating from? Was it from the mouth, the ears, the eyes, or just generally like the head is sweating out this?
It seems to be coming from pores.
So it's like sweat.
Yes.
But it's not sweat.
No. Its purpose is unknown, and why it was being made is also unknown.
I'm gonna check this book out. I'm gonna take this book with me. I'm just gonna put it like I'm gonna need to keep this one. In fact, I'm gonna add that into my inventory so I don't forget I have it.
Did you get the influence digi?
Oh? Yes. The next book he checks will be that.
All right. Well, the next book I'm going to check is supposedly in the Forbidden Zone. So, what would I have to do to gain permanent access to the Forbidden Zone?
Be a higher level librarian.
All right. I'm gonna put in a formal request to. I'm basically going to request a promotion.
On what grounds are you requesting this promotion for?
On the grounds that I've been serving the Azuria Senate pretty darn well.
Have you though?
Yeah. I've stopped a scheme. I've literally tended to the safety directly of the Azurius Council.
Did you really protect them, or were they just dealing with shit on their own and you just happened to be present?
I went there with the intention of protecting them, but then found out that they were delegating rather than fighting for their lives.
Again, that still doesn't change my question.
It is a display of loyalty, and also I then did deliver information directly to the Azurius Council. I have been a valuable informant for them. at the very least.
I think
And
they
again, I stopped.
know.
I helped to stop a scheme via Felix, of which the Azurius sent. Those guardians.
that is
Were
true.
placed under his command, so they have to value him if they gave him control of their peacekeepers.
That is true.
Not only did they give me control of them, but we carried out a mission successfully, and that has been recorded.
So, it the submission shall be taken and shall be put under review.
Welcome to the world of bureaucracy, where everything happens in its own time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know I'm not getting it today, but I'm guessing I'm going to be going back to this thing again at some point. In the meantime, I'll just break in. In
Yes,
fact,
all loyalty.
So you're doing ask for permission and forgiveness.
Yes.
It's
Listen,
efficient.
Listen, I put in my request, but I kind of needed the information now. There was this weird ham thing. I wrote a whole report about it. You can read about it. I kind of couldn't wait for the red tape on this one.
This is where you put in the request, you secretly sneak in, grab what you need, and then when they finally do stamp it 3 months later, you're like, cool, I have now retroactively not broken the law.
Exactly. You're only breaking the law if you get caught.
Also, I sent you something.
I saw it. It's
goody.
horrifying.
There it is.
Can I see the thing that you sent
You
today?
cannot. You cannot.
In time.
Okay.
I feel like we'll all be seeing the thing at some point.
It's either part of the ensemble or it's gonna try to kill us.
It could be it's likely B. It's
Okay,
I
it
mean, it is a Simic thing.
It could be both, honestly. I don't know.
I was about to say, what about both?
Both is good.
¿Por qué no los dos?
All right. So he's gonna just go to the secret files and do what he did last time. Actually, Can I shadow step through there now?
Yes.
Okay, then
Just
I'm
keep
just
in
like,
mind that, for all you know, that librarian might be able to sense the use of mana.
Shadow Step isn't mana. It's strangely enough just an ability.
Ah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
Well, you still have it awakened, and you don't know how to suppress it. So.
What do you mean I have awakened?
Didn't you do the mana training?
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, so your mana ability is awakened, and you don't know how to suppress the presence. So if someone has mana sensitivity, they can tell that you have it, regardless of of whether you're using
right. Well,
it or
yeah, they
not.
can tell if I have it, but the whole thing is, can they tell? Does that just telegraph my location?
It might telegraph your general location.
It's like, there's suddenly mana in this direction. That's weird.
Good luck finding me when I can just. Seriously, Shadow Step is kind of broken, but I love it.
It is.
It is very good.
So I just Shadow Step inside and kind of glance around, make sure that the librarian is at his normal post.
He is not.
Okay, well that's kind of troublesome. I'm going to go ahead and immediately at that point Shadow Step to a elevated location.
There is a journal on the desk.
Okay, I don't know where the librarian is though, so I'm teleporting to a shadow stepping to an elevated location. Because I need to locate this guy first.
Usually sits is a book that was not there previously, and you don't see the librarian's lantern or them.
which is concerning to me, so I'm shadow stepping to an elevated location to try and locate him.
No, from that elevated location, you still don't see them.
Okay. I am going to then basically shadow step from elevated location to elevated. Like, I'm trying to find this guy. This guy should not be gone. There should be someone here. And I am now paranoid.
Roll me a perception check.
You suddenly hear the sounds of chinking armor and heavy footsteps marching in your direction.
Perception 19.
Prepare yourself
There's
to
someone
bullshit.
else in here, and it's not the librarian.
Who is it? I will shadow step to wherever I can get to like the vantage point wise to see them.
They seem to be cloaked. However, they are reading a book.
Can I tell if this is either A, an Azurius member, or B, any sort of librarian?
They seem familiar to you. Their general feeling is familiar to you, anyway.
Describe the feeling. Because there are plenty of people who can feel familiar. I like people feeling familiar for me could be anything from threatening to, oh hey, it's Rizaril or whatever.
You feel blue mana.
Blue mana. Have I met someone with blue?
Did you figure it out?
I know, he completely stopped, and it's like, okay, he either figured it out or he's dead.
I'm gonna craft some meatballs here. Cray's gonna go ahead, just step around the corner, and simply say, "You're not supposed to be here."
What do you mean I'm not supposed to be here?
The cloaked figure looks over to you, and you see 4 red eyes glancing back at you with some disinterest before turning back to the book and say, well, neither are you. As there is what looks to be metal where a head should be, with those 4 red misplaced eyes.
Okay, this is not who I was thinking it was, and I don't know who this is.
No, this is a stranger to you. However, even when you're looking at them, you still can't feel their presence.
Did you do something to the librarians normally?
No, I did not.
Do you know where he is?
They were to ask someone else a question. You see, I'd put in a report, and they seemed to believe it to be important enough to take it to a higher up, and I was asked to wait here. I have declined that request.
Clearly. Well, I won't say anything if you won't, he simply said as he decided to rather casually start perusing the books and letting this individual go about his business. As
Indeed.
he as one might say, he knows better.
Yes, good day.
Just
And
nods
he
to him.
continues his read.
Oh, if I may ask, what are you reading? Just out of general curiosity. I'm not going to.
Like,
I don't
physically or
actually care, but I'm just curious. Just general curiosity.
physically or original, or where is my origin?
No, the book you're reading.
Oh, this.
I don't need to know your origin. Yes.
Well, this book is a very interesting read. Something from Aperture Sciences, apparently. They've got a few more. They got a few more from these. Interesting experimentations, really pushing the bounds of science. In theory. Lots of redundant testing, though. Very much.
Is it or Simic?
I would guess is it, but it's never explicitly stated.
Huh. I'll have to read it later. Thank you. And he just gives a nod and turns to go back to.
Yes, good day.
Yeah. That loyalty.
And Craig's actually going to, at this point, now knowing that whoever or wherever the main librarian should be, he's currently being distracted. He is going to take a quick look at that journal. He's going to not move it. He's simply going to open the pages. You even keep using a hand to keep the back end of the cover on wherever it should be, or the front end of the cover.
This seems to be a log.
Just a log of like everyone who's entered and exit.
There is an interesting name here. Now that you're paying attention to this, apparently there is a log that someone saw Starling, so they're going to have to move them again.
Going to have to move them. What? Okay, first things first. Let me clarify. Is this a book that logs things that happen in the library, or what is this logging?
This was apparently the librarian logging down an incident report.
So this is a book of incident reports.
Yes, it looks like a journal, but no, this seems to be an incident report.
Okay. Rather strange way to log incident reports, but I guess it's a record. All right. So, was that the most recent incident report?
Yes, in fact, it was seemingly placed about 6 minutes ago.
6 minutes ago.
And this was reported by an unknown guest.
He's going to sort of... If he had lips, he'd be pursing them, but instead he just clicks his beak. Closes the book, making sure that it looks basically exactly how it did when he first walked up to it. He's going to walk back to that individual.
Wait,
Yes,
you
hello.
mean you're not going to, move the entire desk an inch to the left?
No. I'm not going to ransack the joint.
No, not ransack. Just move it an inch to the left.
You know what? Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a few nickels into the book and slowly make it so that the book weighs heavier every time he picks it up, and then take all the nickels out of the book so he punches himself in the face.
Overflow error, I see.
That's
Very
actually
classic.
hats off to those of you who got that The Office reference. Anyone?
What you need to do is start just rearranging the books
I did it.
randomly.
There's a few pranks like that out there.
Yeah, but also that was originally, to my knowledge, from The Office, the TV series. Anyways,
yes.
So he goes back to the individual who is casually reading that book on Aperture Science.
Yes.
Does the name Starlight mean anything to you?
Oh yes, Starling. Very interesting person, then.
Was that the distraction you used?
Yes.
I see. So you didn't actually see Starling.
Oh no, I'm an associate of theirs.
An associate.
We know each other.
Also, you should be asking yourself, why does the Azurias know who Starling is, and why are they trying to like hide or move things to hide their presence or hide things from them?
Oh, I definitely am questioning that. I'm questioning a lot of things right now. There are quite a few things here that are setting off some red flags.
Poke the bear, poke the hornet's nest. You're by yourself and the party can't get to you. This is the perfect time to do it. Pull a Nim.
How are you associated? Same guild?
No. I'm Demir. Starling is a member of the Azorius.
He's a member of the Azurius.
Well, he was brought on and is technically willingly working for them, but they'd rather him not be publicly available. Terrific record keeper, supposedly.
Terrific record keeper, but kept under wraps.
He's a lot to look at.
I've noticed. Still, it's not like the Azurius to be... Well...
They like to keep a clean image, but they'll not turn away competent staff.
I suppose so. Still, the way they wrote about him, it sounds like they're trying to actively contain him.
There was one point quite recently where he up and vanished, only to come back and not explain himself. He's under a lot of suspicion.
Some of your doings?
Not directly.
The Demir hardly ever worked directly, from my experience.
Friendly. I think you should see him sometime, if you can hold the conversation.
Well, is he publicly available in the library? It'd be hard to have a conversation with someone who's kept under so many wraps.
Well, no more publicly available than this restricted section.
Agreed. Could you arrange such a meeting?
I could find
After
one.
all, you said you were associates. I doubt I'll find him at this instance. I do have something else I need to currently look into, unfortunately. As much as Starling does intrigue me.
I do think I could. I think you'd find him very fascinating.
I appreciate that. I would ask for your name, but you're Demir, and I doubt I'll get one.
I'm surprised he told you he's Demir and you're still alive.
We've kind of come to this sort of mutual understanding. I'm somewhere I'm not supposed to be, so is he. So it's like, you know what? We're just both kind of like, okay. Give each other a thumbs up. As long as we're not in each other's way, we seem to be cool.
Oh, do send my regards.
Who?
Never mind. Yeah. They probably know I'm here anyway.
Again, I'd asked for a name, but...
Quite.
I'll just call you the four-eyed one.
That
Did I count correctly, 4 there?
Yes, that should be descriptive enough.
Fair enough.
Rhombus Head also was a favorite of hers.
Rhombus. Must be some valuable science if they sent you here to look for it. But I'll not question you further. You're already doing me more than enough favors.
Of course.
And he just gave another nod and decided to start going back to the thing he came here for.
Those other books by Mammon.
Yes.
One, it's a more detailed report on the portals spoken of. However, there is a second report tucked in. Seemingly, someone else had started working on a set of portals as well. However, it seems that someone else was very unhappy with the project and continued to pull funding from it.
Unhappy or happy?
Unhappy.
Okay, so they were cutting funding.
Yes. They were cutting funding from the project. And it slowed the progress tremendously.
Is there any record of who funded them to begin with?
It seems that Raylel was funding this project.
Raylel. Oh dear.
And the one that was cutting funding was Almiro Damien.
Wait, how is someone else cutting Raylel's funding? Or was Raylel was working on it?
Funding was being distributed by Raylel, so it is curious that Almiro was seemingly rerouting what Raylel was giving.
Okay. Huh, and this is, I assume is it because Raylel's funding it?
Yes.
Okay. So we're back to the is it.
And there were two primary workers on this. Markov and Gulrick.
Markov? Dun dun.
Wait,
dun.
you mean Markov's actually got a backstory?
Yeah.
yes, he does.
This came out of left field. I thought he was just like a utility worker.
It seems he was a researcher, but at the end of the report, there's a mysterious explosion, and Gulrick was missing. And it seems Markov has very little recollection of this. However, Almiro Damien took Markov and seemed to have rehabilitated him.
Okay.
It was then noted at the very end that I'll need to put this somewhere where he won't find it.
Isn't it awesome that Luckett is not here?
It is. Ah, crap.
I may have to instruct him to read the VOD. Or to watch the VOD.
Yeah. Cray is looking over this just like wide-eyed, like he's like, what? So, this is gonna be one of the rare instances where Cray keeps a book. He's straight up. He's taking he doesn't have enough time to shorthand all this onto a separate piece of paper. And there's definitely a lot here that needs to be combed through. So he's just pocketing this book for the time being. I'm just naming it in my inventory a book on Markov's backstory. And then he's going to kind of glance around the room since he's been in here for a minute, so he's not really certain how quickly that that attendant is going to be back. So he's he's starting to get a little bit paranoid. He's starting to be prepared. Like he's putting himself on edge to hide at least, and he is going to the second book.
The second book appears to be an observation report on Raylil.
Go on.
Starting with 26 years ago, with an exact time and date logged for each observation. Raylil was a very prominent scientist who was mildly eccentric, who managed to impress his superiors enough to invite him to be one of their peers. He had a habit of performing dangerous experiments and then revolutionizing experimental procedures to mitigate risks.
Repeat that last part.
He had extraordinary methods to mitigate risks for experiments.
So he wasn't as random and dangerous as he was before.
Indeed not. And the reports for the next 8 or so years are not terribly interesting until we get to one of the portal experiments that was mentioned, or that you have more details on with the book you've taken. He was assisting with one of those before he seems to have been caught up in a flux.
In a flux?
The portal surged and widened, dragging him with it. However, when the portal stabilized again, he wasn't on the other end. Matter of fact, he went through the portal, but stayed in his exact same location.
He got split in half.
No, he didn't split in half. He became a quantum entity.
Yes, he went through the portal, but he was never disassembled or recreated. The portal
he both did and did not go through the portal, because going through the portal would have transported him, but he never went transported, and he was still physically remaining in the same spot. So therefore, he himself became a demonstration of quantum physics, and by extension became a quantum being. So he's not Fae, as much as all the weird, wacky bullshit he does would explain him to be, but instead he is just this strange link between universes. So whenever he's doing his power, whatever his power, air quotations, is, he's probably not even using his power, he's just using a power one of him has, throughout all of the universes. In other words, he's a being of basically infinite power that is everywhere and nowhere all at the same time, but he stays tethered to a singular body. That's what I'm getting from this. Does this sound right?
That makes
Well, a lot of observations do report him having to be put in a medical coma afterwards, only for him
to be?
Yes.
As in someone forced him into a medical coma.
Yes.
Okay. How long ago was this?
This is 18 years ago.
18 years ago.
The book has the exact time and date of these incidents. After all, he kept waking up as if his body had simply burned through all the inhibiting agents.
By the way, I should throw out there, as part of like Kray's, alert paranoia, he is like actually looking up from the book every now and again, reading a little bit, then looking up from the book.
Yes.
Just so that he doesn't get too entranced that just someone walks up behind him, he's like, "You're not supposed to be here."
Are you still in the restricted section?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm learning all the lore. Kray has found the lore.
The Azorius.
By looking into the ghost ham, I'm finding all the lore. Why is the ghost ham the tether?
Because I'm the DM. And I
Graham and Kray are finding all the background.
Like, it just so happened to be the right topic to find this author, whom seems to be a very interested observer.
Who also ties back into Raylel, who ties back into Locket, but ties into Locket way more than any of us knew.
Yes.
Markov.
There are many
Sorry, yes,
incidents
Markov.
of him using skills he shouldn't have, and then remarkable abilities to seemingly interact with magic and decipher it perfectly, recreating spells that were thought to be either gone or impossible.
Possible.
Does he recreate? Are these recreations consistent, or is it like he can do it one day and the next day he just can't?
Undetermined, getting a direct answer from him is remarkably difficult.
Yeah, that tracks.
However, he also seems to have the ability to write magic on the fly, write a new formula in the air.
Oh, so that's what he was doing when he took Nim's head off. And whenever somebody shoots magic at him,
How do you kill such a being?
Concrete, apparently.
Wait, what?
Remember when Golkasa just picked up a piece of the street and chucked it at him? That did connect.
So he is mortal.
It seems that
he's mortal.
It seems that non-magic methods seem to go completely unguarded through whatever means he has.
So like any mage, he is weak to punch.
It's
a good thing I'm a monk.
It is reported that while he seems to be able to be some form of living deity of magic nowadays, it seems that anything that is non-magical simply flies under his radar.
it's like he can be staring it in the face. He won't notice it.
So in this weird quantum state, he's almost like he almost only exists magically, almost.
such seems to be the case.
If it probably weren't for his physical body and its sensations, he probably wouldn't even know the physical world was real. Okay.
By the way, who is asking all this stuff,
Then-
or are you just talking to the DM?
I'm
then-
talking to the DM. I'm reading this from a book that's in the forbidden section of the library.
Okay.
So I'm getting this information from a source, and I'm looking through. I'm asking a question.
Oh,
And that question is basically being interpreted as Cray is looking through the book for an answer to that question.
Okay, that makes sense. I like that.
And it seems that he was interested, very interested in Markov's portal. To the point where
understandably. Wait, no. So his portal incident was not related to the one that Markov was working on?
No, Markov's was like this year. His portal incident was 18 years ago.
I wonder if Raylel did something stupid and caused the Markov's portal incident.
However, it was noted that during the explosion, Raylel was there alongside Markov for a demonstration, and post-explosion, Raylel was injured.
Are you saying that? I'm sorry, just for clarification, are you saying that Markov was present at both portal experiments, or that Markov was doing an experiment?
There was two different portal things. The one
Right.
18
one
years
that-
ago with the quantum portal, and then Markov was doing a new portal experiment for transportation purposes.
Right.
Raylel was very interested in this and was funding it. Crazy Raylel.
Right.
And
my
he
question
might-
is, was Markov in a demonstration for the one 18 years ago, or was Markov at the recent one where he did demonstration? I don't know how old
Recent
Markov is, so he could be around it.
The recent one.
Okay. How old is Markov? Do I know that off the top? Is there information on that?
There is not.
Okay. Okay, so that's interesting.
However,
Markov was a researcher, though. He was like actually intelligent.
Yes. And it does seem that at that point, about 3 months ago, he was opening a demonstration for their finished portal, and Raylel was there to attend. During the demonstration, there was an explosion. One of them was missing, Markov had amnesia, and Raylel was injured.
Raylo was injured. It was a physical explosion. I'm guessing this portal didn't have as many wonky. What was the occurrence? Like what happened? Does it mark what happened directly before the explosion? Like, was there something that potentially caused it, or was it just hello everybody, welcome? Here's my portal, and then it just exploded in his face randomly?
That is not written down.
Interesting.
However, Raylel was remarkably lucid.
What do you mean lucid? Like he was coherent? Like he was acting like a normal person, or like?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. So he showed some form of restraint and interest. That's cool. Okay, this is a lot of information. Shit. I need to remember this for next
steal
week.
this book.
This book is important information, but I don't think it's anything I need to comb back through. Just knowing that in general, Rayla was at one point sane and not omnipotently powerful with magic, and understanding his connection with magic in that regard. and potentially quantum physics. Like that in and of itself is enough information. And also knowing that there was an incident with Locket. No, not Locket, Markov. Sorry. The only icon I can see is the Discord, and it says Locket. So I look at him, and I'm like, ah, yes, Locket. But yeah, knowing and understanding that Markov was there at a previous situation, and Raylel was too. We're probably not going to get a direct answer out of Raylel, but this portal thing may be of importance. Holy shit. And there's still a third book.
There is still a third book.
And these are books by Mammon.
These are books by Mammon, whom you do not know who is, but he is apparently been observing many of these very important events in the Simic and Izzet.
He's some sort of scientific observer. Or some sort of scientific collective. Is that Demir guy still here?
He seems to be looking up from his book. But he is still there.
Cray casually walks back over to him. My apologies for bothering you so frequently.
Huh? Oh. No, I'm just about done with this. What do you need?
Perfectly. Do you know who the pen name Mammon belongs to?
Mammon?
Yes, I'm reading some of their works right now. A rather interesting individual. They seem to be keeping tabs on both Izzet and Simic works, though. It's very curious.
You know, there was... I do believe I have heard of that pen name before. I'm not sure how, but some 10 or so years ago, Raylel made a grand project.
Some 10 years ago?
Yes.
Not 18?
No. This was when Raylel was at his current state, so to say.
I see.
He found something he had to have inside the Kolgari and excavated them, so to say.
Something he had to have?
Yes.
Interesting. What does this have to do with Mammon?
The thing they created, he called Mammon.
However, it a being?
I'm not confident, but it was the same name before he changed it to Eileen.
Eileen. I see.
I don't know if there's any connection to that, but, well, that's my take on it. I don't have a lot of grounds to go and ask her on this, but... Well, the observations are interesting regardless.
Indeed, they very much are. Well, I appreciate your input. You've been quite helpful to me today.
Well, we are potential allies. I don't see terribly much reason to withhold such potentially pertinent information.
Fair enough. And I'm not seeking to harm you, or hopefully whoever you're gathering this information for.
Oh, I'm just here for myself, actually.
Ah!
Very interesting.
Some light reading.
Well, yes, for the most part. lots of interesting topics here. Might get an idea actually. I'm off the clock, as they would say.
I should mention that Star. It wasn't Starlight. The other one. Starling. Thank you. I should mention that Starling was in one of the observations by Matt.
Ah, yes. Is that?
They were the Simic account.
Well, that just makes too much sense.
Doesn't it, though? But that's probably where you heard the name, he said with a nod. Anyways, I'll lead you to the rest of your reading. Hopefully I'll have no more questions for you, as I assume you'll be leaving soon.
Yes, I would estimate we have about 2 more minutes before the librarian returns.
Proper estimation, he said as he quickly would move to the third book to pick it up and give it a quick thumb over.
This last book seems to be more about quantum mechanics. And going into more detail about the consequences of something existing at the two of the exact same thing happening to exist in the same time.
Oh, the one book that he wanted is the last book that we actually came here for. Is the one book that he chose us to read last.
I mean, every single time you go to look for something, it's always in the last place you find it.
You find it you don't find it, then you look at it.
Yeah, it's in the last place you look, so...
Always in the last place you look. Alright, so he picks this up, looks at that, and he glances up. He quickly, cracks open the index, looks for the page he's looking for, then just tries to quickly get to that page. He's just going to basically try to skim a page, see if he can't find something that has some general answers to what he's looking for here.
Seemingly, that if two of the exact same thing interact with one another,
they explode. I already know this. Go on.
Which will result in a singularity event, which will create a black hole that will suck in much of the other surroundings before reality corrects itself.
So, miniature black hole. I don't think Cray knows what a black hole is off the top of his head. Unfortunately, I don't know.
It is described as a vortex from which even light cannot escape. It is created, which can suck in all matter and existence within a several-mile radius.
The several-mile radius. Oh, that's bad.
Before something happens and this hole seems to shatter. No other corrections in reality are made afterwards.
That could take a pretty bad chunk out of a district there. Okay. Note to self. Okay. Is that all? Is that really all it says? Or is there anything else in here that seems to be of value?
But that's the general. But that is the general extent.
Is there anything else in this book that looks like it could be of important value? Besides literally us just knowing that if those trees touch, everything within several miles is purely decimated.
The items, if they exist within the same plane, will try to come towards each other as if drawn.
Right, we figured
the
that
closer
much
they
out.
are, the stronger the magnetic pull. The farther they are, the weaker the pull. But there will continue to be a pull for as long as the other exists.
So supposedly, if they're far enough away, they can exist on the same plane without really anything happening.
Yes. However, if any matter from both of them come into contact with each other, even a single leaf, the incident will occur.
Interesting. Okay. So nothing on an atomic scale can make contact. Good to know. That's probably why the vacuum was created. Okay. All right. And book close, set nicely back on the thing, and Cray is going to go ahead and make his way cautiously to the door. He's going to look for his Demir friend to
He
see
seems
what.
to be absent already. He seems to be.
Right, that makes sense. And Cray is going to quickly get to the door, and he's just going to. I think I have a thing where I can kind of just sink into the shadow.
Shadow step.
Not Shadow Step. Shadow Step allows me to teleport using shadows, but I'm pretty sure there's something I can do that basically just gives me insane stealth if I just kind of blend into the shadows.
That seems like something that would be there.
Shadow Arts. As an action, you can create 2 key points to cast Darkness, Dark Vision, Pass Without Trace, or Silence without providing material components. And let me remind myself what Pass Without Trace is. I don't know if Pass Without Trace actually gives me any benefits. Pass Without Trace 5e. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus to dexterity stealth checks and can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no tracks or traces of its passage. So, basically what I'm doing is I'm going by the door. I am expecting it to open. Does the door open inward or outward?
It opens inward.
Okay, if it opens inward, then he is basically standing directly by where the door would, how the door would open and create a 90-degree angle with the wall, so that whoever walks in probably wouldn't see him immediately. And he's just going to stand there and cast. Use 2 key points to cast Pass Without Trace to just get +10 stealth.
Roll it. However, I have very high hopes in this. As the door opens inwards and the librarian strolls in, looking frustrated.
32 to stealth.
Yep. Nope. There is no possible way he notices you.
And then Cray is basically just going to... Yeah, he's just, as the doors start to shut, he's just going to slide outside of it and just like nothing happened. And then he's going to go somewhere that he would conceivably be in the various lines of bookshelves and eventually just start walking out.
You leave with little incident. And a lot of knowledge. And even a book.
2 books.
2 books. One you checked out.
Yes, one that is actively accounted for. Which is the book on Starling. Which, actually, on second thought, I returned that book. Because I'm going to meet Starling. I don't need a book on him so much. So yeah.
Yes, excellent.
Oh, and as Cray starts to walk out into the Transguild Promenade, he's going to take his Marten. He shall feed it some nuts. Do they like nuts?
I believe they like nuts.
Yes. There's very little you'll find that they won't eat.
Some cashews and whatnot. And he's going to go ahead and he's going to actually call up Element.
Element is going to answer. Booping this on his margin. Yes, hello?
Element, it's Cray.
Yes, what's the matter?
Have you gotten a chance to speak with Raylel yet?
Not yet. We haven't been able to. He is indisposed at the moment. It seems. We're trying to get a hold of him as soon as we can.
Okay. I've come into a large sum of information.
Oh?
Raylel wasn't always like this.
Hmm.
Apparently he was normal 18 years ago. There was an incident with a portal.
18 years ago. I heard something similar, but I was under the impression it was something that happened 3 months ago. I had it wrong.
No, you were correct. There was another incident closer to a year ago, according to the book.
Oh?
Markov was there, apparently.
Element is going to stop for a moment as Markov is right there beside him, and he's just going to look at him for a moment while he's distracted and just respond, "Oh, go on."
There was some sort of explosion. Apparently Markov doesn't have much memory of it. But apparently he was more into research before he, I don't know, went into some sort of sewer management. He wears a lot of armor for a researcher. Then again, a lot of his do. Anyways. We need to make sure that tree gets destroyed.
Hmm.
If it doesn't, if any piece of matter comes into contact with the tree that Nim is currently trying to protect, it is going to wipe out several miles of Ravnica.
You don't have a response probably for Element before you hear Element back. You know, at the moment, I have this urge to punch a certain wolf in the face at the moment.
You can go ahead and take care of that aggression later.
I think I shall, but first, I really gonna have to ask them to hurry up and let us see him. I want to make sure he's actually destroying that thing.
Yes, very much so. And you may need to ask him about Markov. See what he knows. He might actually have some information. Apparently, when he was there for the whole explosion, Raylel, that is, he was apparently more normal. It's strange. Perhaps bringing up the topic might make him more coherent.
I see. Okay, I'll see what I'll be able to do. Markov is right here beside me, so
I'm aware.
It'd be a bit awkward, but I'll see what I can do. I'm honestly quite interested in this regard, if I be honest now.
Indeed. I have a book detailing quite a bit of it. I'm going to be combing through more of it. Don't tell anyone I have this book, though. It's, I'm not supposed to have it.
I understand. It's just between you and me.
Yes. All right. Do proceed.
So when Cray breaks the law, that's just fine. But Nim does it, and no, that's not okay at all.
I'm with Nim on this one.
I feel like the circumstances are, acceptable.
Yes, because we needed to know this information just to make sure we know that a part of Ravnica is going to explode. Let me actually worry about that first and foremost. he's willing to overlook that part at the very least.
Well, to be fair, the book that Crate took was actually about Locket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Markov.
Yes, Markov.
So it's less to do with the whole thing exploding, and more to do with the whole relationship between Markov and Raylal and the incident that happened.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Don't worry. Elemi may give what you would call it Cray an earful before going into the forbidden section, but he's actually willing to overlook this because of the situations at hand.
To be fair, going into the forbidden section is probably not illegal, but more so. I mean, it's technically trespassing at most.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, technically trespassing, debatably stealing. But it's more like an internal affair with the Azurius than it is
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I guess given that the Azurius is basically the government, there's a lot of sticky things there.
Yeah. I mean, it is still technically breaking the law, but like I said, if Elemi is willing to overlook this just because of the situation. Just at this very moment.
As is Cray.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Cray's gonna go ahead and make with that. He's basically communicated all he believes he needs to at this point, so he gives him a goodbye, gives him a good luck on his quest, and we'll hang up the Marten.
Mm-hmm. Elemi says goodbye as well, and good luck to him dealing with his side of the tree.
And the Cray is going to be marching right back home.
I think that's a good way to to end it off for tonight. Unless anybody else wants to do something.
Nim hasn't cooked yet.
Well,
that's true.
Yes, but Nim is busy defending his tree, so unfortunately that's not going to be happening tonight.
There's a button.
No. This is the perfect opportunity for a backyard barbecue. He just needs to take some logs and then put a spit over it.
So just thinking, if we burn part of this tree, that means that the particles of it are in the air.
Oh yeah, that's horrible. That's a horrible idea.
We just have to banish it to a different dimension.
To be fair, as long as the original tree is being entirely contained, which I'm pretty sure Raylil is doing, maybe,
hopefully,
we should be good.
Oh God, the right now 7 miles of Radika is depending on whether Raylo is doing his job correctly or not.
Which is, saying that out loud really fills a man with dread.
Did you see what I posted in the chat?
Yes. What about it?
No reaction?
In Twitch chat?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that. What did you post? Jaffer?
I did see it. Nim would not let you willingly near the tree at this time.
What did he post?
Urge to take a branch and find the other tree rising.
That's right. You literally were going to do that, weren't you?
Yes.
And you were going to create a
I was going to take a branch, use it to find the other one, because you said chop down the other one, so he was going to find the other one and chop it down.
How do I find the other one? I'm just got a magnetic pull. Okay. Once I get there, I'll just let it go and.
Basically, that was the idea. It was going to be throw it to the side and start.
When Terracona accidentally has to re-roll a third character.
And that was my plan before I realized it was going to be the end of the world. Now that I know it is going to be the end of the world.
That's not going to be
that
the end
won't
of the world.
necessarily
It's
be
just
the end
going
of
to
the
be
world.
the end of the district over.
See, now I'm thinking that you've got the perfect bomb. Have two glass vials that are taped together, a piece of twig from each in each vial.
Oh my god.
And you just the bomb is literally just a little tiny hammer that breaks the glass.
You can fly. Just drop it from really high up.
I mean, that works too, if you just throw it.
Now I'll rename my character to Enola Gay.
Oh, dear God. That's the thing, though. Like, even if you... I don't think that there is a physical distance... Because assuming this is, like, a sphere... I don't think that there's a physical distance that you can... Like, you need this on a timer. And it needs to be a long timer if you want to survive this thing going off.
Well, several miles. I could fly pretty high.
Right, but... Like at a certain point, the atmosphere just goes out. And, like, if it's several miles... I don't know how many miles high the atmosphere goes for. Let alone how fast you can fly. And apparently this has happened before.
About 2,000 feet is about as high as you can fly safely without
That is not even a mile.
Oh, sorry, 20,000 feet, so 3.7 miles.
Okay, that's...
Now, okay, so...
You still wouldn't be safe there.
Well, the thing is also at 3.7 miles high, you're talking minutes of fall time.
Yes.
That is true. So you might be able to just like get outside the event horizon.
Either that, or you use the Marten phone and have Nim call you back.
Well, assuming that it's our party doing this, I don't know any part of Ravnica that we would want to bomb like that, because that is immense.
That is
destruction.
a huge amount of collateral.
That is an incredibly chaotic evil thing to do.
I mean, if you're going down the chaotic evil route, there's your suicide bombers.
Oh God. I mean that hardly makes it worse, but that is still slightly worse.
Correct.
Should I stop down this path before I get myself booted from the campaign?
Please. You're supposed to be Mr. Selesnya Protectorate, not Mr. How do we make nukes?
I have a reliable
The are
method.
not big on war crimes and nuking the city, especially if that involves nuking a bunch of innocents.
Especially
there is no way that there will not be unintended casualties along with whomever you are trying to kill.
No. Also, as a good player, I would never consider doing it. But the evil inside me is going, this is the potential.
You are correct. This is a potential.
You have just shown me how
like
to create nuclear weapons.
I'm also pretty sure the DM probably has a plan for not letting you do that. Or
To be fair, this isn't a nuclear weapon. This is an antimatter weapon.
Yeah, you're right. So it's just as destructive without the fallout.
Yeah, it's a clean bomb.
And I will remind you that the magnetic pull between these two objects is stronger the closer they are together. The bag of holding itself was getting hot as it approached this tree.
Oh,
So
wow.
you
You
might
actually accounted for friction.
Yes.
Okay, so there's your timer to steal vials. Put them, you arrive at the location separate with two vials. You stick the vials together. You then run. How long does it take for it to melt through the steel?
I want to make this interesting for Jaffer because I know he's part of this game, and I knew he'd think about it. So I put a little thought into it.
Jaffer has joined the campaign.
Jaffer is figuring out how to destroy the world.
And I'm presenting the puzzle before him.
I'm glad Jeffrey is enjoying himself.
Too bad Terracona is just a nice friendly himbo, right? Right.
Well, considering before I even had this information, I accidentally tried to do this with Terracona.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you didn't try to do this via the evil villain route. You tried to do this with the hero with good intentions route.
Yeah.
Morally different sides of the scale, same result.
Yeah, I'm just helping.
The evil mastermind. Anyways, is there are we anyone else doing roleplay, I guess?
No, I'm done.
All right then.
Yes, I think we're at a point where we now need the presence of the party.
You mean Markov?
Unless any of you would have questions for either Eileen, Pluto, or anything to the effect.
I have questions for Eileen, but I feel like I should save that for next session.
All right.
We can do those in the parlog.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
what we're talking about.
Next session.
Oops.
They came in and left instantly.
Okay.
Wait, who joined?
They
Someone?
came in, said oops, and left.
Oh.
I
But
didn't even
who?
get a chance to see who. It was just literally someone.
A mysterious invader.
Interesting.
Someone with access to this channel accidentally clicked on it, went, oh dear, and then left. So quick I couldn't see their picture or name.
Interesting.
Well, we'll figure it out another time. For
Yeah.
now...
Next week?
Oh, wait, I've got this.
Oh?
I forgot that we've got a bot here. Rubicon.
Oh.
Oh, wait, no. Voice log. Wrong one. Oh, it was Kerr.
Ah.
Or... no. Okay, apparently the bot stopped posting. Yeah, that's... never mind. The bot hasn't done anything since October.
Damn.
Oh,
wow.
I removed the bot, that's right, because it was breaking.
Ah.
Remove Meeseeks because it wants to sell NFTs.
I need to get around to that. I need to find a replacement and figure out everything that it's actually doing, because I don't remember.
Unfortunately, Meeseeks is from what I could tell, a really good administrative bot.
It is. Like, way too good, and now they're wanting to do that, and it's like, God damn it, really?
But why?
Money?
Oh.
Stupidity? Anyways, are we done for tonight then?
I'm good. I'm really good on my end. Like I said, I got stuff, but I can definitely wait till the paralog, and we are 2 and almost a half hours over our normal run time.
Well, actually, we've been going till about midnight recently, so we're not really over any of our end times.
Yeah, by this
Midnight,
point,
like, is in another half hour?
No, like a half hour ago.
Okay, you're going off Central Time now. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I'm personally fine with that. More time to do more stuff and get continuously distracted.
I have a lot of content prepared for you guys due to the backlog.
Yeah, I could tell. This is like this is a hook right here. This is a good hook.
I said unless like Pluto's got like some kind of other like special training for Graham, I can't think of anything that Graham would need to do.
He's more of a fan of the tried and true, diligent, slow but without consequence method.
Give me a moment here, guys.
Slow but without
NASA sure as hell isn't gonna use it. Yeah.
Give me a moment here, guys.
Okay, as much as I'd like to stay for when
Okay, I'm thinking that Zest was about to raid me. Okay, I'm thinking that oh, that's what's going on. Okay. Okay, it looks like Zest is ending. I don't know.
Rip.
I was looking for somebody to raid.
Raid's Zai.
Who?
Zakar Avali.
That doesn't tell me who they are.
They're out of farms. Maybe they'll calm down.
Should he like physically spell it out, or?
You know what? We're just gonna go with Zest. All right, but yeah. Anyways, hello everybody.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, everybody, so much for joining me this evening for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. We will be back tomorrow with more streaming. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, all those things there on the website, as well as down in the description below. Thank you to my... Well, yes, it is tomorrow now, but I mean, you know what I mean. But yeah, thank you so much for joining. Check out our website. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing it around. But for now, thank you again, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Farewell.